Call the meeting to order. Welcome to the regular board meeting in Nevada Irrigation District, September 22nd, 2021. If you'll all join me to the salute to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 5.
Here.
Division 4. Yes, Division 4.
Oh, here.
No.
Division 3 is currently absent.
Currently absent, yes.
Division 2.
Here.
Division 1.
Here.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will take public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. If you'd like to comment on any item pertinent to NID business, start on your phone, and we'll give you a chance here. Okay, don't see any. And one last chance, if you'd like to comment on any item not on today's agenda, pertinent to NID, star 9 on your phone. All right, we see none. We will move on. Consent agenda.
I would like to pull item 3, the Hemphill design contract, and make a motion to approve the items 1, 2, or 5 of the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
I will second the approval of items 1, 2, 4, and 5 on the consent agenda.
Right, and I always forget, we don't do public comment? No, you do. We do. I haven't done this yet. Okay, is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Star 9 on your phone. And we will be discussing separately in item number 3. Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3 is absent. Division 4.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, Laura, you're on. Item
Okay.
number 3, Hemphill
All right.
Division Structure Project.
Yeah, first of all, I want to reiterate, I'm over the moon that we're making progress on this project. It's a fantastic project. But I'd like to know the scope of the design contract. It notes that it's the rough and rock ramp. Let me get
Right.
But does that include the dam removal, the pipeline installation, the sediment removal? You know, what?
Yeah, that's all part of it. So the hydraulics with regards to the restoration and the removal of the sediment as well as the bank stabilization, that's all part of the design contract.
And the pipeline,
Yes, correct.
and they're gonna,
Improvements to the canal itself, yes, correct. That's all within the.
okay.
Oh,
That's
that's good.
fantastic. I've heard good things about this company, so.
Yeah, we've had experience with them with our, doing stuff for up in the high country with DSOD.
Terrific. Good job. And I move to approve this item. Thank you.
Yep.
Great, I'll second.
Any public comment or any other board comment? Any public comment on item number 3, Hemphill Diversion Structure Project? Star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 1.
Division 1.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Division 3 currently absent. Division 4.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay, next order, general order, labor contract. I believe this is Greg.
Yeah, good morning, board.
Good morning, Greg. How are you?
Jones? Yeah, good, how are you? Thank you. Morning, board, staff, and public. Greg Jones with Assistant General Manager. Today, we bring to you a amended and updated memorandum of understanding for the 3 labor units within Nevada Irrigation, comprising of approximately 190 employees. And we're bringing forth to you to ratify these MOUs, memorandum of understandings, for the supervisory unit, field unit, and the office unit. NID staff has been engaged with the union for quite some time in 2021, since roughly early quarter one, quarter two of this year. And we feel like we've made great progress in identifying a number of amendments and adjustments to the old MOU that just needed clarification and adjustments, and we believe that we came to a really good sort of economic package with the staff. The big elements of that is we've agreed to a 2.5-year agreement. The previous agreement was a 3-year with a 1-year extension from last year. It had expired on June 30th, 2020. The board adopted a 1-year agreement and extension with that. So it officially ended on June 30th of 2021. We were in active negotiations through 2021 in June. Came to full agreement. The union put it out to their board or to their union staff in August. A ratification vote, it passed. So now we bring it forth to this board for consideration. The elements of it were contained within. I noticed that there were a few small clerical issues that we will address before it's finalized and put up on the website. One being that the page numbers of the different elements are kind of wrong. The table of contents are correct, but we need to adjust the page numbers. All of the different articles are just fine. With that, I will open it up for questions, if you have any comments.
Director Peters.
This was it went to vote from the employees of the district?
That's correct.
And it was the vote, did everybody vote? What was the percentage of
You
people?
know,
that
I
voted?
don't have the actual numbers.
It was 100%.
100% of the people voted.
That was what I was told. I never saw the actual written vote, but
Of those who voted.
Okay, and it was the majority or a supermajority, or how did that work?
They vote by majority.
yeah, they vote by majority. You know, the voting is really the union's thing. We don't get involved in it, nor do we verify the votes. They're kind of their own entity outside of us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they report to us and say, well, we know when the vote happened, but then they report back to us and they say, a majority of the employees have voted for it, but like the general manager says, there was mostly, we believe, 100% of those who voted voted for it.
Oh, okay. 100% of the people who voted.
That's what we understand, yeah.
Not 100%.
And not typically everybody votes. We
Oh,
don't-
that's what I'm asking, how many, we don't know how many.
No, and we wouldn't know that. That really wouldn't be something that the district would inquire about.
Yeah.
But we assume everyone's happy with it in the district.
We haven't heard otherwise.
100%. We haven't heard otherwise. Yep.
All right.
There's some really good elements to this agreement that, anyway, I'm as a member of the committee who helped sort of draft this early on, I might ask if the board member Director Heck might have a comment or two.
I do.
She does, and she's next.
I do, thank you. First, I do want to thank Greg and our former HR manager who really worked hard, rolled up their sleeves to help this committee come to this point. And I'm really actually very proud to have served on this committee with Director Hull, and I'm even more proud and delighted that what we have in this MOU is that we are giving our employees, our hardworking men and women employees, salary increases that brings them closer to market, and it is something that has been needed in this district for a number of years, and everybody worked really hard. We got savings from some places. We found money in the budget in other places, but our goal was, from this board of directors, really to express the thanks to our employees. And I think that this MOU does that, and I'm proud of it, and I'm really grateful for the hard work that everybody did in bringing it forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Heck. Director Johansson, I'll try not to ignore you this morning on Zoom, but I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, you probably won't be able to ignore me, but good job all the way around. Thank you.
And I want to thank the committee for their hard work. I know this, I know that was a heavy lift, and good job. I fully concur and agree with where this has gone. But I do have a question for on the budget part, just a matter of interest, the $213,000 that we fill in the gap with, does that come out of this year's budget? Was it budgeted? How does that work?
Yeah, maybe Marvin can speak to that, but there is a budget amendment included within this, package that would be approved as well.
But it doesn't say where the money's coming from. It just says, the way I read it, it just says that's what we're gonna do.
Marvin?
Yeah.
Unless I looked at it wrong.
No, you're correct, Director.
Okay.
Director, this actually is showing an increase to the budget, but in reality, it won't come out of reserves because we saved about 400-some thousand on our funding for OPEB. So this year, we didn't have to actually fund OPEB. So what I should have done was put a decrease in that OPEB expense line.
Okay.
Because we saved in that area, so it won't, this really won't impact reserves.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
Why did we not fund
The new actuary came out, and it was based upon HER's new study, and so the market is doing crazy things. So we didn't have to fund it, and still we're on track to have that trust amortized in about 6 years. So about 6 years, we should be done with our OPEB funding, provided the market don't go crazy.
So just the only detail is that it doesn't show where the money's coming from.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, you're correct. I should have put a line for the OPEB expense and show that that budget was being reduced to compensate.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Okay, any member of the public like to comment on the labor contract, the memorandum of understanding, and will we have a separate vote for the resolutions that we need to do? All one swell.
We had it to inclusive all in one, I believe.
Okay. If you'd like, if the members of the public would like to comment on the memorandum of understanding and the resolution accompanying it, start on your phone to adopt the new, ratifying the memorandums of understanding by ASME. If you'd like to comment, start on your phone. All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
I don't think we have a motion yet.
Okay, we don't have a motion. We don't.
I would be happy to make a motion.
Okay.
Thank you. I move that we approve and ratify the memorandums of understanding by ASME pertaining to represented employees, adopt resolution number 2021-31, authorizing changes in wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for representative employees represented by ASME, and approve the associated 2021 budget amendment 2021-181.
Do we need that to have an amendment, as amended for the page numbering, clerical?
I don't believe, well,
Thank you.
I think so.
Page number.
Yeah.
There was a page numbering issue.
Page number.
All clerical errors
It's
like
a
that.
clerical error, no, we don't
Clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I second.
Okay, so moved and seconded to ratify the memorandums of understanding and adopt resolution 2021-31, changes to wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment. Is there any further discussion on this item?
And approve the budget amendment.
That's what I included.
Yeah, we've got that.
In my motion.
Okay, there, I didn't read that part, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see, now, is there any further discussion by the board? I would entertain. Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3, currently absent, Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. Thank you to the committee and staff for a great job.
Thank
Process.
Yes, it was.
Okay, general order number 7, comprehensive annual financial report, 2020. Receive an informational presentation district's 2020 comprehensive annual financial report and authorize financial manager to publish the report. Good morning, Marvin and Debbie.
Good morning. Good morning, board, staff, and members of the public. It is the finance department's honor to present this year's CAFR, 2020 CAFR. I want to thank the accounting staff and the patient auditors for getting us to the finish line. The report is timely in terms of meeting all its statutory requirements. It is timely. This year's report, again, was somewhat of a heavy lift for the department. As you can see, there are a couple of findings that are going back to 2013. But if you recall, back in 2013, we had about 8 pages of findings. So we're down to the last couple of findings, and we're still working on that. Debbie's team and finance is still working on being able to clear those findings that we have. We did reduce some of the adjusting entries that we had. The adjusting entries are caused when the trial balance is not complete, and the auditors essentially start the auditing, and we are adjusting entries while they're auditing. So, again, the goal is that when we begin our audit, when the auditors begin the field work to investigate our books, the goal is that we would not have adjusting entries, maybe 1 or 2 or something like that. But we did reduce them. This year's audit, we are going to apply for the GFOA award. And the GFOA award is kind of like a standard in the industry for the annual financial reports. It's a standard in terms of, is the CAFR easy to review? Does the CAFR have all of the required elements according to the GASB accounting standards? So these things like this. And so there's a few items, these big items here that I always point out, and then we have our auditor, Brian, and Brian walks you through the PowerPoint, and Debbie is here if you want to get into some of the detailed questions of the CAFR. The biggest thing is the first point that we like to highlight. We increased our unrestricted cash position by over $10 million. This is, obviously, finance couldn't take credit for all of this. This is the hard work of the district doing more with the same amount of money. This is a testament to the district doing more with the same amount of resources and being savvy, not to delay too much, but at the same time moving that cash needle. We spent down the bond money. This was the 2016 bond money that we were doing Comedy Phase 1. We issued those bonds, and we spent the remaining of those proceeds now. The net pension liability, this is a big number, scares some people a lot. It really doesn't scare me if you understand that the liability that the actuary is saying you owe, and you compare it to the assets that you have. The overall liability is about 120 some million. District has about 80 million in assets. And so the district is paying its annual amount every month. Every year its annual amount. I wouldn't recommend trying to remove this liability because there's too much volatility in it. You notice the liability increased by $3 or $4 million in 1 year, and we didn't increase our payroll that amount. So obviously the assumptions is moving the liability. So I wouldn't recommend chasing that. Long-term debt, the board we did some refunding, and we were able to get some significant savings, and we refunded our debt. And so this is very good, refunding our debt and taking advantage of what the market gives us. There's the trust. When I was mentioning earlier that we didn't fund the OPEB trust this year, this is the savings that we realized, about $400,000. And the trust is still on schedule to be amortized in about 6 years. This is the 5th bullet down. And that trust is significant because once it's fully funded, it's going to be over $25 million. And the district can use that essentially to reduce its annual premiums for medical. This is significant in terms of how the district wants to strategically use the trust. The net deferred outflows figure, Debbie is for keen to explaining that. But essentially what this means is that the net deferred outflows and inflows are not cash estimates. They're huge actuarial estimates that go way out into the future, dealing with mortality tables and things like this. And these figures may never really have a cash impact. So, and the big position, again, our net position increased by $18 million. Obviously, net position is an accrual figure, it's not a cash figure. But it does show you that the district is increasing its operating position. So, you know, as you increase your operating position, net position is, you don't want to be too excited with it because it's not a cash figure. But it does show that you're increasing your operating position, reducing your expenses, increasing your revenues. The position itself doesn't have the amount you're spending for capital. It's not a cash position, but it does show how you're amortizing your infrastructure. And so the rule is kind of that you should be growing your infrastructure in such a way, so as you amortize it, your expense number, your depreciation number, it should be comparable to keeping up. So in our rate models, we don't recover depreciation. So, you know, you see that go, you go, oh, wow, they got pretty good rates. But the annual depreciation is about $8 to $9 million on the infrastructure. So you do kind of have to keep it in mind as you're looking at net position. You know, so, oh, wow, very big net position. But you got to keep in mind that you may be kind of skimping on infrastructure. You know, if the depreciation figure ain't rising the way it should rise.
Okay, Marvin, can I interrupt real quick on that subject, because that was one of the questions I had, the restatement. Okay, were you describing what restatement is? Okay.
That's the refinancing of the bonds.
The restatement is different than the refinancing of the bonds. And Debbie can even mention a little bit more if she wants to go into what the details of the restatement. Some of the accounting rules have changed, and what we were doing earlier to this year, our CFD and assessment district, these, you know, the CFD that we formed.
Yeah, that's right.
Assessment district, that debt and that money on that. The accounting rules now are requiring us to include that in Fund 10. Prior to this year, that was included in other statements in the back of the book, the agency funding statements. But once we rolled it into Fund 10, right? We rolled the cash in there, the debt that they owe. The CFD owes about $3 million, portion of the state loan. So once we did all of that, we put all of that into Fund 10, and that had the result of reducing Fund 10 net position. Because prior to the restatement, Fund 10's net position was about $18 million. Once we did the restatement, the net position went down to about $15 million. So Debbie, I don't know if you guys have anything else on that, but I think that's.
I have
Go ahead. On that
yeah, on
subject.
that subject,
Yes, because
I'm a little
still
confused.
confused.
So some of you're saying that it was this pot of money was not in a fund, it was in another place? You know, I thought all of our money was either in water, hydro, or rec. But you're saying it wasn't in any of those?
So we have, prior to this year, Rodeo Flat and Cement Hill districts were in a separate fund, separate accounting. They were reported in the financials in prior audits, in their own separate financial statement.
Like not at 10, 30, or 50, another number?
Right, completely separate from
Okay.
30 and 50 and 10. There's a new accounting standard, GASB accounting standard, that required us to roll those back into Fund 10. because this board oversees and controls the financing of those districts. And so it's no longer considered to be a separate activity, separate from the district. So for this year, these financials, we had to roll those back in, and that's what this restatement is.
That's
Sort
what
of,
the statement
you
is,
know, the
okay.
net of rolling those back into Fund 10, and that's the impact to bring those debt in and the cash from those back into Fund 10. So it's more an accounting matter of getting that position to come in to bring those back into the fold. So we had separated them out several years ago, but with the new literature and the new GAAP accounting standard, because of factors of control over those districts, that doesn't fit that anymore. We need to put them back into Fund 10. So that's what happened this year.
They started out in Fund 10, they came out of Fund 10, and now they're going back.
They're going back.
Okay, okay.
And that
um,
changed the net position.
And that's why we got 18 million. Now, how much did we have last year in net position? The change in net position?
With me, let's
See.
I know we would have had 18 million this year, but with the restatement, we have 15 million. So in other words, we had 18
Oh,
million without the restatement. And as a result of the restatement, now we have 15 million.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's just an accounting rule. It's kind of like
Okay.
when we determined that we should take the net pension liability on our books.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, as opposed to PERS. So it's just an accounting rule that changed.
But when you read the numbers, you go, right off the bat without understanding.
Their favor.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
So what we'll do is we'll have Brian, our auditor, and he'll go through the PowerPoint and just stop him or ask questions, and he will address those.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. Yes, stop me anytime. One thing I want to mention before I get into the PowerPoint is, you might be used to seeing my partner Ingrid Scheiplein. There's a new rule that went into effect during 2020 from the California Government Code that said audit partners should rotate after 6 consecutive audits. So that's similar to how SEC registrant large private companies work, where you have to rotate audit partners after a certain number of consecutive years of being in charge of the audit. So that's why I'm here this year instead of my partner Ingrid. You can go to the next slide. The reports that we issue, the audited financial statements, as Marvin mentioned, you issue a comprehensive annual financial report. That's more than is required to be issued by a water district such as yourselves, so that the finance staff go beyond the minimum requirements. There's quite a bit of additional information in the CAFR that's not in regular audited financial statements. There's 10 years of trend information in the back of the report. That's kind of, I think it's useful for people looking at your bonds to see your trends. So that's something that the finance department does that's in excess of requirements. You should also have a internal control and compliance report. You should have a required communications letter and a management letter from us. You can go to the next slide. So in the front of the financial statements, you'll see our audit opinion, and we have an unmodified opinion, or what people call a clean opinion. That opinion says that your financial statements, there's reasonable assurance that your financial statements are fairly stated. It's not absolute assurance in an audit that there's no material errors or fraud. It's reasonable assurance. We don't audit every number in the financial statement, just what we believe to be material. As has already been discussed, there were quite a few audit adjustments, so we're in the position of auditing numbers that we're moving. I'll provide a little bit more clarity on that. There is improvement there. The audits, here we're bringing it to the September board meeting. It was completed at the end of August. but it was slowed up to give your general manager time to review it, to make sure she was comfortable with everything that was reported in the CAFR. So it was done at the end of August, which is improvement over the prior year, which was October. And as Marvin already said, there's some recommendations, but they're carryover from the prior year. They're not new. We can go to the next slide. So Marvin's already covered the change in the unrestricted net position. I just want to give you a kind of a benchmark. The Government Finance Officers Association discusses what a government should have as a minimum of unrestricted net position. That's important to cover anything unexpected. They say about 15%, which 2 to 3 months might be adequate, the minimum adequate amount. You have about, if you take out depreciation, which is a non-cash number, you have about 100% of your expenses in unrestricted net position. So that's a pretty good position to be in. Not all governments are in that position. Most governments have less than a year of expenses in unrestricted net position. So there's negative unrestricted net position in the water and recreation funds, but positive in the electric fund. And one of the things I did want to mention, and Marvin and I talked about this, is that's a lot of clarity that's provided having those three funds separately, but there's really no requirement to have all of those funds separately reported. They could be closed into the water fund, and you'd show a positive unrestricted net position if that did occur. So there's $48 million or $42 million of unrestricted net position. That's not quite sufficient to cover the board designations. There's a footnote on page 36 of the CAFR that discusses all the board designations. It's not quite enough to cover that, but it's still pretty significant.
And Brian, if I could, I'll interject here for a quick second.
Sure.
What Brian's referring to is the reserve policy, how the reserve policy is saying things. But you got to keep in mind that the net position anticipates you amortizing all of your long-term debt. And so, in that being the case, the reserve policy would not anticipate that. So if you look strictly at a cash position, the funds can cover the designations if you look at a cash position. However, they're short on the cash reserve policy, like 6 months for water. And we're short on some of the capital reserve. But in terms of being able to cover a lot of the reserve policy, the funds can cover the reserve policy. The net position itself, the number you're looking at, that's anticipating that you would pay down all of your long-term debt, and that you would address all of the accruals on the balance sheet to come at net position, because net position is not a cash number. So that's all I wanted to point out.
That's right. So it's your cash less your liabilities. On page 15 of the financial statements, you'll see the net income and loss by fund. The water fund had an $18.5 million net income, and that includes $12.9 million coming from the electric fund as transfers. The electric fund was pretty much break even, $330,000 of net income, and the recreation fund was slightly negative, $640,000 negative net income. And I'm sure nobody's surprised that the recreation fund was down a little bit due to the COVID situation. So the restatement at the bottom there, I think Marvin did a pretty good job of explaining it. There was an asset when the community facilities district and assessment district funds were reported as agency funds in the back of the financials, that when we pulled them into the water fund and changed the accounting to be the way the water fund accounting works and enterprise fund accounting, that asset went away. And so that $3 million was that asset that went away to make the assets equal to liabilities. So that's what that $3 million is. I think that was pretty well explained. I'm not going to spend any more time on that one. You can go to the next slide. So Marvin was talking about capital expenditures. We should keep up with depreciation. Definitely did. There's $22.9 million. If you look at the fixed asset roll forwards, the capital asset roll forwards on page 31 to 33 of the financial statement, those are the additions, quite significant. In the long-term liability footnote on page 34, there's a discussion of the 2028 refunding bonds that were issued, and there's a $3.23 million economic gain disclosed on page 35. There's also some changes in that footnote. There's another Governmental Accounting Standards Board statement implemented where users of financial statements wanted to know default provisions on debt. So that was added on page 34 of the long-term liability footnote. So it says, what happens if you default on the debt? Typically, you pay a higher interest rate and you accelerate. They can accelerate the payments and say you have to make the pay it all back immediately. We're definitely not in any situation where that would be the case. There's debt service coverage ratios that are met very easily by the district. One thing I wanted to mention that I forgot to when I was discussing the income statement, the power revenues were really significant for the year that we just went through. Some of my other clients that have power revenues had a really sharp decline in their power revenues due to the lack of water. So the way your model works really paid off during 2020, where you had pretty consistent power revenues with the prior year. You didn't have a sharp decline, and so I think that was a really good positive thing that happened based on how your contract works. Marvin already mentioned the pension liabilities, $52.4 million. That's up a little bit, mainly interest on the pension liability that caused that. If you look at the roll forward in the footnote, and the OPEB liability, the post-retirement healthcare benefits liability, it's 4.7 million. It decreased 3.5 million. So that was due to the change in experience. It also said in the valuation that the rates were a little lower than expected, the health insurance rates. So you can go on to the next slide. Just a summary of the net position. We've talked about this already. Marvin's covered it pretty well, but it's just a visual. There's 424 million of total net position, but most of that is held in fixed assets. So you'd have to sell those fixed assets to be able to spend that. So it's separated under accounting standards. And there you go on the bottom line, the unrestricted net position. You'll see the electric fund is holding the unrestricted net position, and the water and recreation funds are negative due to the liabilities that are offsetting the assets. And then there's restricted for capital improvements and restricted for debt service, about $8 million. You can go on to the next slide. As Marvin already mentioned, there's in the compliance report there, I did show it a little differently than in the past. The state controller's office has made a point on our single audit, our compliance audits, that we should be showing prior year findings that are not addressed as current year findings. So I showed them as current year findings, but it's really nothing new. It's still the same two findings from the past. The closing procedures need to be improved. Just keep in mind that there were 3 audits completed in 18 months, and that's a significant effort by your finance department. And that's really amazing. Each audit can cost your finance department hundreds of hours, and they completed 3 in 18 months. So that is just a really huge effort. The other issue is related to...
Well, Director may have a question.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great, because I tried to stop you a minute ago. So back to the prior slide, No, this slide, I'm sorry. Sorry, Chris. When you say there's, 3 audits were completed in 18 months, I don't remember 3 audits in the last 18 months.
And neither do I.
So
There
what
was one,
were the,
so this is the 2020 audit. It was completed in August. There was one completed last October, and there was one completed the previous spring. So there was 3 audits completed in about 18 months. That was the math that we did. So,
So there was 3 audits, just a matter of timing.
it was the timing, because the one done in April
Yeah.
was late, and the one done before that was late, and so it was
but
just.
that's
Right, okay.
correct.
way
But that
out.
just shows you that they're being caught up. So those
Right.
3, they're catching them up, and they're spending lots of time catching them up. And I think you should recognize that fact. That's a really big effort to catch up 3 audits in 18 months. That's a lot of work. So the other issue was in the recreation division, the same person handles the cash, deposits the money, records the money. So that's something that's been called out in the prior audits. Really, there should be separation of duties there, where one person handles the money, someone else deposits, and someone else records. It just makes it less likely that something inappropriate happens. You can go on to the next slide. So in the required communications letter, the difficulties encountered, some of the things we've already talked about, not all account analysis are completed prior to the start of the field work, still a large number of audit adjustments, so improvement. Some of the reasons were staffing changes, COVID-19, working remotely, fires, lots of things happening in the last couple years. And also there's a lot of manual accounting processes that are done that takes a lot of time to reconcile. So, for example, there's a fixed asset detail with hundreds of items on it. The staff have to go through the income statement and find the expenses that are capital expenses and put them on the depreciation list manually, compute depreciation manually, and then post an entry. And it takes a lot of time to do things manually that way. And I understand there was an approved new accounting system that probably should help streamline some of those processes. You can go on to the next slide. Well, there's the number of adjustments we had, which was about 10 less than the prior year. One of the things we noticed is there were over 75 closing entries posted by the controller prior to our audit. So that just shows you how many entries it takes to make everything correct. I mean, each one of those entries takes time. So as the controller was reconciling and posting adjustments, she did 75 before our audit started, and we still did another 59 after. That's a lot of manual entries to get the numbers correct. There's in the required communications letter, there's also what's called unadjusted audit differences. And those are typically immaterial items that we could have changed, but decided due to timing, we passed on those adjustments. There's fair value adjustment on the LAIF pool, investment pool. It was really, that one's usually immaterial, but it was kind of significant in 2020, kind of unexpectedly significant. A lot of our clients forgot to do that one because it was unexpectedly higher than it had been in the past. And then there's a pension payment for the unfunded liability that's paid every pay period, and the last one wasn't accrued. So we decided, due to the timing of we were trying to get the CAFR done for the prior board meeting, and we were rushing to try to get it done. And so we decided, let's pass on these and let's move on and get it done faster. So that's what those are. Those are not considered significant. You can move on to the next slide. So the management letter of recommendations. There's a recommendation to document accounting procedures, and I understand that that's in progress, and some areas have been documented and working on others. Make sure staff that post transactions are adequately trained in accrual basis accounting. So limit the number of errors that are made up front. So at the back end, we don't have to do 75 plus 59 audit adjustments to fix the records. New recommendations. So that the expenses are reported on a budgetary basis. You know, expenses, you're budgeting the payment of capital expenses, which is not unusual. That's very common. My recommendation there is to post the entry to a contra account to remove the fixed asset and put it on the balance sheet at the time you're posting the original entry. That may reduce the amount of time at the back end trying to find them and you know, put them on the fixed asset list and manually depreciate them. So just maybe a proactive way to reduce the amount of time at the back end. Also separate the GAAP basis asset additions in separate accounts from maintenance that are out of the capital budget. So there are some projects that are out of the capital budget that are really don't meet the criteria to capitalize on GAAP, under GAAP criteria. So keep those separate from the ones that do need to be capitalized, and then that would help finance to find the entries that need to be moved to the balance sheet.
I have a question.
So as part of gas, do you have a question? Sure.
Yeah, on the, you say that the maintenance uses capital assets that needs to be in a separate account. What would be an example like that? Because it seems like because maintenance does a lot of our, you know, capital projects.
For his discussion, he's talking maintenance not as a division, but maintenance expenses within the work that we do. So I'll use our recent example just yesterday. So we had a division manager write to us about a software upgrade. A significant amount of work to put the hardware and software into that facility in 2019, and now we were looking at this year or next year adding an upgrade to that software. So there was some discussion surrounding that project when it was opened up about whether or not that is a capital expenditure or whether it's maintenance. So we had a lot of discussion where our analyst was asking questions about what is it in this project that we're doing exactly, and gathering all the facts and details from the department manager. So ultimately it was decided that this is just a maintenance item of the software. It's not a capital improvement, it's not a capital asset, we're just keeping that same software. So having those kind of discussions where initially he was looking at it like, oh, that's a capital asset.
Oh,
And we said, no, it's not a capital asset, you need to put that over in your budget line item in maintenance.
Okay.
Expenses. So we're trying to get in front of these projects and find out what's happening with them up front so we can decide, and that's what Brian's talking about, is an active participation in the project planning. What is it that you're doing? And then having accounting looking at it and saying, well, for financial reporting purposes, this is a maintenance item, this is not an infrastructure addition, and we need to budget appropriately and put it in the right line items within our general ledger.
Okay.
So that's what he's talking about here, is that work, not the maintenance division, but maintenance expenses versus something else, capital infrastructure addition.
Is capital, like the strict definition of capital is infrastructure or
Yeah.
life longer than a certain?
Yeah, within the financial.
Capital assets add value to your fund balance, and then it's depreciated over time. Whereas a maintenance activity is just an expense, that is a one-time expenditure that's hitting the fund balance that particular year.
Because you fix a pipe and it's gonna leak again.
Yeah, it's different between fixing a pipe or building a new house.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so yeah, we don't want to bore you with too much of the accounting detail. Let's just keep those separate so it'll be easier for finance at the back end to record those. And then we mentioned that there was a new accounting standard that made us look at those fiduciary funds, those agency funds that in the prior year financials, and one of them stuck out. The improvement districts have assets that have been sitting there for several years. There's over $500,000 of assets, and there really hasn't been any activity in those funds for the last several years. And so we talked about what those were, and those were resources that were collected to pay for improvements. So property owners are responsible for paying improvements, and some funds were collected from them. And now there's a question as to, okay, why is there money left over after the payments have been made? So that one needs to be investigated to determine if those funds really should have been transferred to the district to reimburse the district for improvements that were made, or should those really be refunded to property owners? So something to look at, to research. Another recommendation I was looking at, there's an accounting entry for unbilled receivables. So there's, at the end of the year, there's a period of time where water was delivered and it wasn't billed as of as of December 31st. So I looked at some customer bills to try to understand the date, the period of the services, and it wasn't on the bill. So the recommendation is to put the meter read dates, the period that the bill is for, on the customer invoices. And that would help us for the audit, but I think it would also help customers if they have, for example, a change in ownership of the home, they'd know what dates the bill is for. And so they could split the bill if there's a change in ownership at the middle of the billing period without having to contact the district. So if that's something that's possible, that might be useful. And then operating departments should ensure invoices are provided by contractors timely and grants billed timely. So this is something that's really important, and it's something that a lot of governments struggle with. The operating departments are running projects, and then the finance department has to record those correctly under general accepted accounting principles. Well, oftentimes the contractors are not billing timely, and that leads to kind of confusion. The finance department is having invoices come in that really should be accrued back to the prior year, and they don't know because they don't get the invoices timely. So there should be a policy that's put in place that contractors are asked by the operating department. So this would be the electric department, the operating department, the engineering department. Those departments really should be responsible for making sure that the contractors bill timely, and then grants are billed timely. So then the finance department could use the bills that are received timely and accrue liabilities once, and not have to keep going back and taking second bites or third bites at the apple. Invoices came in all the way up through June, which is really way too late. That's one of the reasons it makes the audit take longer. So that's something that the operating departments can do. And I think really there should be a policy, and the general manager should get involved to make sure that's followed. That's very important for financial reporting, to make sure that the invoices come in timely and grants are billed timely. You can move on to the next slide. That is the end. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
I have a question and comment. Last year, as I recall, we had posted all of the property just under the Centennial construction in progress, or there's some designation like that, and it was discussed that should be moved over into the asset, capital assets. Can you tell me if that was done? Because I do notice there was an infusion and construction in progress. It looks like it was moved of $17,599,000. Is that what that was?
Well, actually, it's $17,599. Those are the additions. So yeah. Right. So we made sure during our audit that the construction in progress is looked at. So what that is, if there's projects that are in progress and are not in service, accounting rules say you shouldn't depreciate those. So they're kept in a separate account called construction in progress, instead of moving them to, if it's a water project, moving them to water plant and service, or, if it's an electric project, moving that to electric plant and service and then depreciating them. So you don't depreciate them until the project's done and the asset's in service. So I think Finance has done a pretty thorough job of looking at those accounts and asking for help with the operating departments to make sure that those projects that are still remaining in construction in progress are in fact still in progress. They're not stale projects that have been abandoned. That's, I think, what we were concerned about in the past is what's in there.
Let me, one other thing is like, I get that part, but it's specifically, we were talking last year about the $14 million in properties that this agency purchased in the canyon for the Centennial Project. And they were, in many cases, it was just vacant land, and in some cases, they were improved properties. And those sat in some...
I think there was an adjustment made for that.
There was an adjustment made for that. That's what I wanted to know. There was.
And I could be incorrect, but my understanding is Centennial is still an active project, we haven't closed. Am I correct?
Yeah, in 2020, I just provided staff the direction 2 weeks ago to move those over to the water fund, and then those properties that have improvements will be depreciated as normal.
And they will show in the asset, they were assets of the water fund, right?
They're still showing as assets, your construction in progress is an asset.
Right.
And as Brian discussed, any asset that's sitting in the CIT or under construction or in progress or development are not depreciated because they're not in service. So with our Centennial project, starting from the inception, this project has moved through several phases, and in the beginning, it was an active effort to move towards the construction of that. And so we have to take what is happening with the district with that project at the end of each year and measure where are we going, what are we doing, is it still an active asset? So over the several years that we were in participation in buying properties, and that GAAP required us to put it as part of that project because at some point in time, we would not be using those buildings that are there, we would be building a dam on it. We're in a different phase now as we get into 20 and importantly through 2021, as I talked with Jen about, that project has to be discussed every year about what is management's intent with this project, where are we going, are we moving forward, are we stopped, are we not? We do that with every single project on the book because we have to make that decision of where do we classify it in the financial statement. So for 2021, we will be moving those properties out because we've taken a different approach with those, and we're now more in an investment aspect with those properties. Remember, we talked about the rental income for some of those properties that have buildings. Well, under the GASB standard for that, those costs, those revenues coming in have to go into against the construction and progress costs because they're mitigating ongoing expenditures for that. Well, our focus with that project has changed. So we can no longer classify those assets in that way, and we're going to have to measure again. So I'm in September now, so I'm talking to Jen about that project for 2021. As of 12/31/21, what is the intent with this project? What should we be doing with that? And so she gave us some direction that those were going to be moved out. The project is not moving forward.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be moved out in 2020, but thank you for that.
No, because we still had budget, we still had activity of winding out some of the contracts or whatever, so it didn't fit in the GAAP standard to be moved out. It was not placed in service, but now we have a different focus.
Yeah, so you won't see that modification until your 2021 financial.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and so what I want to say is I have a kind of a general overarching comment. And notwithstanding, I know that your department put in hours and hours and hours of hard labor, hard work. But yet, I'm really disturbed and frankly embarrassed at the number and scope of negative findings in this 2020 audit. I took a look back because I had the records at the prior CAFRs and compared this to the ones from the last 2 years that I've been on the board, so I had a total of 3, and discovered that the same negative findings are repeated over and over again, and some as far back as 2014. There have not been material improvements in these audit findings for years, and I have to ask, why is that acceptable? When there are this many negative audit findings it points to me that there are inaccurate underlying financials. When you've got 150 correcting journal entries and 59 adjustments and closing entries and 20 findings that we identified in 2018, 2019, 2017, that points to some very fundamental flaws here. And as a public agency, we're responsible. This board is responsible to our ratepayers, to the taxpayers, and to the general public, and our employees. And frankly, they all deserve better, and so do we as this board. And I'm embarrassed to be sitting here reviewing this in this way today. And we were told last year that it was COVID that was the problem. So everybody got passes, and I just kept hoping that this would get better and better, and it's not. And it's unacceptable. And that's the end of my comment.
I think I can provide a little bit of maybe clarity on the way forward. I think that the good news is...
That's what we need, is a way forward.
I think the good news is everything's fixable, right?
Right.
I think one of the challenges that staff's been dealing with is that the way that our accounting system and our budgeting system are set up, they don't lend themselves to speaking well with each other or complementing each other, so there's a lot of these kind of manual entries that have to be completed. So one of the things Debbie and I have been talking about is better aligning the chart of accounts with the budget, which I think will end up making Debbie's life easier moving forward. So what the plan is to take a step back, go through the chart of accounts, open up a normal cost allocation account, allocate the overhead expenditures in a manner which will be more transparent to the public as well as to the board. And then we're really going to focus on the next 6 months on simplifying the finances. What I have come to understand, a lot of the confusion with the finances comes from a long history, this goes back decades, of managing the district's finances from the bottom up, from the project and facility level, as opposed to from the fund down. And so one of, Debbie and I have been talking about some solutions, and so some of that is going to be modifying the chart of accounts, opening a cost allocation account, and then aligning the budget so that we're not kind of doing this cash basis budget that Debbie's then having to extract into accrual-based accounting. And then that will lend itself to allowing for some better closing policies to be put in place, where Debbie's not having to do all this work at the end of the year because she's constantly, accounting right now, for lack of better words, is chasing their tail on trying to extract data for everyday things, as opposed to having solid financials in the system that we can just run reports from. And so what the plan is to kind of go through this cleanup effort. Prior to going on to a new ERP, I'm a firm believer in kind of garbage in, garbage out. We want to clean all of that up, simplify the finances, then move into the ERP and get accounting to have a more reasonable workload. The workload they're having to carry right now, because of the way basically the budget and accounting aren't talking to each other very well, is pretty suffocating. And so I think, I definitely believe that Debbie and her team are up to the challenge. I do think we just need to make some modifications, and specifically with the recreation cash handling.
That's been on there for years.
Yeah, and I can assure you, I promise you, me personally, that we will have that taken care of.
We were told 2 years ago that was being dealt with.
Yeah, I would note, so these findings, they're repeat findings. It's unlikely because it is, in the middle of 2021 now. There's not that many months left. We'll still see these findings next year. But for the general purposes of having the recreation cash handling, it will be fixed before we go into the next camping season.
Well, I'll tell you, I am so glad that you have a plan to go forward and work together in the department so that we don't keep having these same issues year after year after year.
Yeah, and
so
I think,
thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, no problem. And, big thanks to Debbie and her team. It's not, there's nobody that's not doing their work. It's that they kind of came into a bit of a mess. But I can also tell you, they've cleaned up quite a bit over the past years. I know that Debbie can attest to that it was a much bigger mess when she first got here. I think we're close to the finish line on doing the final kind of cleanup that will help the financials be more timely, accruals done on a monthly basis, so she's not having to do all this catch-up work after the end of the fiscal year.
So if I could chime in on and repeat, because what you said right now is new to my way of thinking. The ERP was gonna solve these
Right, that's
these
what we've been
manual
told.
problems.
Yeah.
What's yours? Good morning, Karen.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I apologize.
Have the record show that.
We're glad you're here.
Can you ask for the record to show that sheet?
For the record?
Yeah, for the record.
Oh, the record will show that Karen Hall has joined us in our meeting this morning. So going back, because about the challenges aren't just that we're behind in the technology managing this, but that there's inherent, some inherent things that, you said decades of making it. And I get, a lot of stuff in NID is historic. I get it, that a lot of things are evolved to get where they are, but that's a new concept to hear this morning, that there is, because, and then I was also astounded, and I'll let you speak back to that. What are those things? The budget and the what are not talking to each other, okay. And I go, why not, right?
Right, so in typically what you'll see in a government agency is our chart of accounts is just lends itself to being extremely messy with the way that operational expenditures and capital expenditures are all booked against for example, Fund 10. Normally what you'll see is kind of a separate capital fund that's opened up, which will then help in the beginning to go through this sorting of, is this going to, it's just an expenditure, they'll be more inherently already established in separate funds. So if we open a capital fund, say Fund 11, it would be a sub-fund of Fund 10, but that will be much easier for Debbie when she starts setting up the accounting in the first place, so that it's just more straightforward. Right now, they're having to go through and pull apart even just the monthly reports that are issued for the board. There's a lot of manual labor that's being done because of the way our chart of accounts is. And so you don't want to go into an ERP when you're going to have a wholesale modification to the chart of accounts.
I guess my question is, does the technology, does the ERP streamline that process, or is it messed up before there? I mean, is it a challenge before it gets?
Yeah, so the chart of accounts is the back end road to the ERP. So it tells the system how to account for every single transaction. And so if you're going to fundamentally change the roadmap, you don't want to go into an ERP, upload all that information, and then change the roadmap. So what I've talked to Debbie about is that I'd like to see the chart of accounts. We're going to clean up the chart of accounts, but then also get some more monthly closing policies in place and get staff on a routine of doing those things on a monthly basis. And so what I'd like to see is a solid, clean 6 months of making accruals before we ever even entertain moving into the ERP, because you have to remember, moving into the ERP itself is going to take a massive amount of staff time. So it's unlikely that the same staff who has to do the day-to-day accounting is going to be able to also handle a new workload of doing all the work for uploading the information into the new ERP. So we're going to take a couple steps back, and we're going to kind of look through what we're tracking now, what do we need to be tracking. We're going to simplify everything, because we can always, once we go into the ERP, make things more complicated or more thorough reporting later, but I want to make sure we go in on a simple basis and then build off of that as we go. I'm afraid if we go in now, it's going to be a mess. Right. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that explanation, because that's been, like I said, when did we buy this software, 2 years ago or last year? I don't remember when.
2 years ago.
And 3 years ago, I think.
3 years
Yeah.
ago. Anyway.
We've been
3
told that
years.
this was going to
And
solve
I go,
all the
this is going to
problems.
solve all our problems, but I'm not even aware that we had bigger problems. I have some more questions, but I'm going to defer to my colleagues. Director Peters, go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions, and I agree. I thought that we had just updated the chart of accounts a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when we started the ERP. Didn't we just update our chart of accounts quite recently?
If I could make a comment that, I appreciate what Director Heck and frustration that you've experienced, and seeing those same findings. If you go back to 2013, you will see that there's about 8 pages of findings for the district. And so these last 2 findings, these are the heaviest lift, because these last 2 findings, to remove them, like your manager pointed out, you really gotta change the whole process. And we still typing our time into an Excel file. You've got to change the whole process to get that time. Cause what we need is that time. So when the auditors get ready to audit our books around April, right? April, May, we handing them a general ledger that's done. You can't really get that time until you get it in an automated process, or you hire 3 controllers. You can't get that time, because even to capitalize our assets, process is so manual. We budgeting in one asset account, one fixed asset account. We're not budgeting in 10 asset accounts. So at the end of the year, we run the capital assets, and it's broken down into what needs to be capitalized, what doesn't. So you really got to get into an automated manner, kind of get the time. But the chart of accounts has been really re-evaluated. It's been really transformed. As you recall, when I got here, the chart of accounts was different for each department. So engineering had its own numbers. The other guys had their own numbers. Now we have a uniform chart of account. So when you're looking at an account, say salary, okay, you can be confident that this is all the salaries. Before, we didn't have a uniform account where we had salaries in different accounts. And so before, we had accounts, special department expense, nothing special, but now we have it broken out. Recreation had, I don't know how many different revenue accounts. Now we got them standardized into about 8 or 10. So there's been improvement.
Yeah.
But
Iterative.
again, the improvement that Director Hack is looking for, I see it. You know, as the finance manager, it is a little embarrassing that we keep bringing these same findings every year. That's why we're pushing for the ERP. Jen stopped me a little. She backed up a little. We were ready to bring it to you with the request for a budget amendment for more money. But Jen does have a point that we can't just put the processes in, the ERP, and then take the ERP to change the processes. We still have to work out things like the cost allocation plan, and you send $6 million transferred into water. You go, okay, Marvin, what's that about? What's the expense on that? So it's not making any sense. So there is stuff that we got to do, but I feel confident that we can get this finding removed. In addition to, I know the rec finding we can get removed, because Jen's already told us, we already got the electronic cash registers. Phil already has put in the hardware so that when someone's taking a receipt at Recreation, the report is coming right to us, and the cash bag is being zipped up. It's not somebody taking it into an office and counting it and then booking the entry. So we can get that one removed. The other one is a little heavier of a lift. I mean, we're gonna get it removed, but it's just a little heavier of a lift in terms of first getting the chart of accounts set up, cost allocation plan set up really nice, and then once we get those chart of accounts set up right, the process of migrating over to the ERP is not that difficult, because the process we're using with Tyler, right, is, for instance, our invoices. Invoices are coming in, they're mailed in, and now they're going to an electronic inbox. And then those invoices are being segregated out, and then people say, okay, pay this, legals, pay this, pay. In the ERP, that invoice goes in, it goes into Laserfish that scans it in, and then nobody's actually looking at it. It goes right into the system, and then people get the notification to go in to approve it. So you got time with the ERP, without a doubt. You're gonna have time benefits. You're gonna have electronic time cards where I got 2 staff members entering time. It's gonna be a time saver. But I understand.
For a lot of years.
It's gonna be a time saver.
I know, we've heard that though.
Yeah, it's gonna be time saver.
Okay.
But in addition to moving the ERP, other stuff has to move too with it. and like normal work has to be done. That's why I was requesting, budget amendments, but like Jen says, it's a balance. You just can't bring in a whole amount of people, because I need my technical people to be with the ERP designing it, while people are kind of keeping their work going. So it's not dead. It's not dead.
As Monty Python said.
We still got the, encumbrance, we got about 900,000 of an encumbrance still sitting there. Tyler just sent me an invoice for their maintenance. I said, no, we're not gonna pay your maintenance yet, because we ain't on your system yet. But it's there, it's moving,
How much
It's
have we
moving
spent
slow.
on the ERP so far?
How much money?
How much have we spent to date? And I guess my question is, it seems like there's been hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on this ERP process
All right.
so far. And now, if we're changing the entire fundamental assumptions of it and roadmap, as it were,
Taking 2 steps backwards.
do we have to start over?
No.
I mean, is all that lost?
No, that is not lost. Right now, we've spent about a little bit over $1 million on the ERP and CMS Federal altogether. And we still have about 800 some thousand outstanding. Jim was right, we separated the software. Federal is getting ready to go live. The new asset management system, that is coming on board the first quarter of 2022. That's a big lift in itself, because we spend a lot of time making sure that Tyler and Federal will interface. Otherwise, we got 2 systems and you just enter in date over here and date over here. So they're gonna interface now, we fixed it, we worked that all out. COVID kind of really, not to beat COVID to death, but COVID really did a lot to slow it down. I mean, Tyler got hacked themselves. They were down for like 2 or 3 months, our vendors. And then we had to immediately come out of this paper and go into the electronic. That pushed the audit back, slowed the ERP. We're transitioning to Bank of the West, that's almost done, we're gonna save that. So there's a lot of moving parts that perhaps, I'm not making excuses, I'm just saying there's a lot of moving parts. But the ERP is not dead. We're right, Jen? We assure you it's not dead.
I think that my opinion with the ERP is that was probably maybe too sophisticated for where we're coming from to where we need to go. I think that we can salvage the ERP. I have concerns about the likelihood of us getting the work order system and the ERP to be working cohesively. I'm not gonna throw in the towel yet. I think we can move on to the new ERP, but it's gonna be very important we take a step back, clean it all up, and move in very simply into it with a strong foundation, and then we can build off reports and start slicing and dicing information any which way you want. You know, the benefit of those ERP systems is you can do that, right? You can slice and dice information 1,000 different ways to give you a sense of how you're doing with different business streams. Until we clean it all up, though, it would be, my fear would be it would fail, and I think it would be a waste of money. So, I certainly do believe we need a new ERP. Currently, the system that they're using, they haven't been buying the annual updates to it for years now, and so it's we're no longer able to get the support we need. A lot of things, when you want to run a specific report or have a need to pull specific information out, you actually have to go to the system provider for them to do specific reports for you on the back end and write the code for you. We're not getting that service anymore because we haven't been buying the updates. So no matter what, we have to move on to a new system, or we'd have to, get rid of Tyler and buy the updates from Panimation. We're gonna get there. We do need to take a step backwards and clean everything up first. And I want to get staff on a more routine framework of doing closing on a monthly basis or closing periods. They're not having this huge headache at the end of the year. It's a very, very heavy workload for them to do that at the end of the year. And like I said, it is suffocating. So we think once we kind of get some of these policies and procedures in place, clean up the chart of accounts and make things easier for Debbie from the beginning, especially from budget on into the new fiscal year, I think we'll see a lot of improvement.
Absolutely. I concur.
Maybe
Uh,
just one
oh,
comment.
go ahead.
I just want to tell the story a little bit.
Got you, Rich.
For recreation, Jen mentioned this, the recreation finding cannot be removed until the auditors can go out on site at recreation to witness the changes that have been made. We were closed last year. There wasn't an opportunity to bring the auditors out. So when we do the audit for this coming year, it will be in the 2022 season that the auditors can go out and witness, run tests, control tests. So you're not going to see it in the 2021 audit that recreation finding is removed. So remember, we talked about that last year, that we needed to do that. And with COVID, we weren't able to bring them out in the summer to do that. So we're back where we were before, that we have to have the auditors be out on site. So recreation has to be open for us to bring them out, schedule it, and for them to perform their tests to do that. So your 2021 audit will be the same as this year. So we will bring them out this coming season, 2022, for the auditors to come out, see what the cash handling is, processes are, what the procedures are, and that.
Why can't they do it now? We're open.
Because we're not.
There also still has to be some changes. One of
okay.
the comments the auditor made, which was a concern of mine as well, is that kind of typically when you handle cash at a public agency, there's a very specific process by which you follow, and it has a lot to do with keeping the integrity of the chain of control of the cash. And so we are going to modify some of that so it's a little bit easier. We're going to get them onto a new cash register system. And you will see both of these audit findings for the 2021 audit as well, because like I said, we're in September already, so we're 9 months into the fiscal year. Additionally, we are going to be getting a new auditor for 2021. It is probably likely we might even have more findings, right? So we just have to kind of see how this goes through our cleanup. Sometimes when you're cleaning things up, things get a little bit worse before they get better.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, but I'm a big proponent of knowing everything that's wrong so that we can move forward with clean slate.
Exactly. Thank you.
But Director, also too, the process will be changed in 2021. In other words, we will have the new cash register, we will have the process change, so they can verify the process has changed. Can they say that in 2021 we used that process? No, because the season is done. But the process itself will be changed.
So we won't see it at CAFR until
Well, it depends
sometime in
upon the,
2023, right?
Well, it depends upon the flexibility of the auditor.
Of the new
Because
auditor.
the process will be changed.
Yeah.
It just depends upon what the flexibility they're willing to do. But
It'll still be there because the receipts of transactions that they will be auditing will not have met the internal controls that we should be having.
Okay, Director Johansson had his hand up for a while. I'll
come back, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I did want to say, just to clarify, with discussion on the end-of-year entries that we do. They're not correcting because things are wrong. They are adjustments to move it from cash basis to accrual. So I just want to clarify that for the public as well, because that's a difference. If you say it's correcting, it implies there's something wrong. It's not. We are, been traditionally in our budget more of a cash basis sort of a approach to ours, but in the accrual, when you're working in the financial statements, we don't care when the cash flowed. It's when did we actually earn that money, what period, and when did we actually incur that expense, and that's where all our analysis has to be at. So we're just converting from one basis, one method of accounting to accrual that we're required by law to report on.
When did we switch to accrual from
So,
cash?
Everyone.
Oh, since always.
Agencies are. Yeah.
So, but why are we doing
still on
cash
cash
and then
then?
switching to accrual? I don't understand that one at all.
That's gonna be fixed. We will fix all of that. Debbie and we're working together to fix all these things.
That sounds like that's one of those old-fashioned things we evolved to.
It's a natural approach to people
Yeah.
to kind of work on their finances like they do your own home.
Right.
You're used to cash in and cash out, right?
Right.
Um,
I do that in my business, and I take it to the accountant, and she
And they
fixes
do
it.
their
all,
magic
right?
for you.
She does all the
Yeah.
magic, great.
Yeah.
Director Johansson has been on hold for a while. Go ahead, Johansson, your question or comment?
Yeah, I can see what Ricky was going through being in Indiana, trying to participate.
Yeah, you get
So-
ignored.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my dog come in here and get your attention. But so having had part of this conversation with Jennifer prior, I'm confident that almost all the issues have been identified, that the correct and proper changes are being made, and that I agree. These are adjustments, not corrections in the accounting method. It's just I do my own bookkeeping and part of my own accounting. It's a laborious job. This is not an easy job, and I just commend everybody who's been working with such a not an easy system. So I'm confident we're going to streamline this system. It's going to be a lot easier. I talked to a irrigation district general manager today who went through somewhat of the same process. His audits were taking months. They streamlined the accounting process according to all accounting principles. They're down to 2 days. Now, granted, it's a smaller district, but it can be done, and I have confidence it's going to be done.
Thank you, Director Johansson. Director Peters?
Okay, and I appreciate all the higher level conversation. It really, it's good to go through this. It helps a lot. But I'm always just trying to understand what these numbers mean. And so we'll circle back to note 4 that Ricky started with on this capital assets note. I too have been trying, looking year over year. This takes a tremendous amount of time to even understand, what this is. But looking, this account, the water fund, in 20.
What page are you on?
Yeah, what page?
I'm on page 31 of the CAFR. So I have a binder that I have all 3 years, before. So I look at this note. Well, the first thing that jumps out at me on this one is now we have a water right in our capital asset, which in the last 3 years we've never put a water right. We had power rights before, but now we don't have power rights. Now we have water rights, and so I'm curious. Why did we used to have a power right and for 1.6 million, it's gone, and now for last year and this year we have a Bear River specific water right?
That's good. Catch.
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Item. Yes, please.
Yes.
So there was a accounting standard that came out probably 5 years or more ago that addressed intangible assets, and water rights are considered an intangible asset. It didn't require going back to record the old water rights or there's other intangible assets as well, rights of way and easements and various things. It didn't require going back and capturing the old items that didn't get recorded, just starting at that point going forward. So there must have been something that changed, or maybe it was split out to show that it was separate water rights. Maybe Debbie can answer that, but typically our water district clients are recording water rights if they purchase them after that implementation date of that accounting standard that happened a few years ago. Maybe Debbie has a little bit more detail when what happened there, but.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So in moving forward with that, if you'll look at in the beginning of our financials in the notes, talk about significant accounting policies, and when you look backwards in time and look at how things were reported, several years ago to today, we do have GASB standards that change how we have to report things. So as Brian just mentioned, rights in the past were reported in a different manner than they were moving forward. So every year we have to address what are the new accounting standards and what do we need to change, and how do we report them, where they may be included in a major asset class where they weren't segregated out, and then a GASB standard will dictate to us, this is how we need to do this now, and now you need to do this. And some of these standards make you look back retro, and some say, we want you to do this, and we want you to forget about what you did in the past and move forward. And so the intangible assets that Brian is talking about, some of those things, we have to relook at all of our books every time a new standard comes out and says, okay, what does the standard say to us? How do we need to report these things? Do we need to go look back change and restate, where you might have a restatement in a net position, which we did a couple of years ago, for the net pension liability. So, and same thing like with our fiduciary for investments, for our improvement district and our assessment district, same thing, GASB accounting change, restatement. So same thing with the intangible assets, a lot of work in the intangible assets world of how we do that and reporting prospectively or retroactively. So there's a new one coming out for leases. So for this next audit year, there's a whole new GASB standard for leases. So I'm going to be hitting everybody up. I need all the lease contracts. I need to look at all those, and you may see some changes in our financials to respond to that standard. So that's why you might see some differences of where things are landing and where now the standard says you need to pull that out of this asset class and put it in its own.
So okay, so last year we had 1.57 million in power rights listed in the capital asset. Oh, it's the electric fund.
Yeah.
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 And so, but why only the Bear River? So those are the
That's my
newest ones or
question.
something? Why only those? We have
And how
many
are they
more than just
and
Bear
how are they
River.
evaluated?
Yeah.
The accumulation of costs we spend, like we have a project right now for FERC relicensing. When that comes to fruition, we will be evaluating that one, and that one is an intangible asset. And so these expenses, I'd have to go back and look at this from inception to today to look at where these are and what they are. But basically, all of these projects that we have and water rights that we have, we start accumulating these costs over several years. And at some point in time, that item terminates or it comes to fruition that it is now a perfected right, and we can now record that, where before it's in progress.
So is that tied to the Centennial Project?
No. This is from some time ago. I'd have to pull history on all of that to address kind of the drop down where you're at on some of those questions on that, but.
Okay. All right.
I've wrote a note to myself to look into it, so we'll report back.
Yeah, and I did notice that last year there was, I was looking at hydro and mistake, but, but the construction in progress, it's the same. And so once, I think a lot of the 56 million would be the Combi project, is that correct? And now that in 2020 we concluded the Combi, so that construction in progress will be moved to an asset? Is that the right thought process?
Right, as we finish any asset that's in construction in progress, they live in the asset class of construction in progress, not being depreciated. So it stays in there until we put it in service. And once we put it in service and we have all the costs accumulated, then it will move up to a major asset class, and then we start depreciating it, right? So
okay.
that's part of the work we have to do every single year with our huge list of infrastructure projects we have of what status are you done, when did you put it in, do we have all the invoices, and move all that stuff around. So it's a timing of looking at these things every single year, which is kind of a tribute to more of the year-end work. We measure at 12/31/20, where are we at with all of these things? And so we put these processes in place to inquire of our project managers, where are you at with these, what's happening with it? Because we don't know. We pay the bills, but we don't know if it's done or necessarily if it's finished in service. So that is another effort we do at year-end to evaluate all these. And then some of these I've talked to the GM about of what's management's intent with this project, where are we headed, and then, hear that feedback, and then discuss, okay, where does it fit within the standard, where do we classify it, how do we report it, what do we need to do with it?
Okay.
Director Peters, I don't know if you alluded to it, but the power rights is on page 32.
Yeah, I know, and that's,
Okay.
I did, yeah, I was looking at the wrong fund when I was looking back. Yes, absolutely, and they are very similar in the water.
Welcome to our confusion in finance.
I know. Yeah.
Well, we come here once a month.
Yeah.
Since you brought it up, would
Thank
you like
you.
me to briefly tell you the biggest projects in the construction in progress? 16 million of it is the FERC relicensing. So that license hasn't been issued yet. So once it is, that can be amortized over the license period. So that's 16 million of it. 14 million is, those are expenses.
Sorry, those are expenses we've incurred so far for that project.
For assets?
That's right.
No, not assets, they're expenses we've
So
spent
the
on.
license is one of those things that's considered intangible. And so once it's issued, it has value and it's going to be amortized over the license period. So it hasn't been issued yet. So it's still not depreciated. That top section of that roll forward is for non-depreciable assets. So it's not depreciated yet since you don't have the new license yet. Then you have Centennial's 14 million and Combi is 25.6 million. So those three are most of that 67 million.
And to follow up on that, so FERC, I don't think, and this is the difference, I think, of engineering to finance. I don't think of a FERC licensing process, which is a process, as construction.
It's an intangible asset. It has value.
It can be a little confusing when you start comparing the private world to the public sector, but if you view it in the of that system is worth more if it has a FERC license, if we were to sell it on the open market, which obviously isn't going to happen. But if you start thinking of it in terms of that, I think it'll help you clarify it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's development in process, so I know we say construction in progress,
but
but anything in development and construing
planning.
gets with final result. So that's what that category represents.
Well, there will be some construction associated with FERC relicensing.
Yeah.
It's
We are constructing.
a lot of activity,
Yeah.
but it's not in itself a construction
Well, there's
project.
a tangible asset, and then there's assets that are going to be constructed as part of requirements, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like intellectual knowledge, or property, right?
Well, it's a license that allows you to make money, and without that license, the system itself has less value.
Exactly.
Director Johansson.
Yeah, well, this isn't part of the accounting process, but is there a way to account for the depreciated value of an asset versus its market value?
So what the accounting standards say to do is when you purchase a new asset or construct a new asset, you report it at your cost that you pay to develop that asset. If you receive a donated asset, it's at fair value. So what they call, what you would have to go.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe a little beyond what we're talking here, not beyond, but apart from. We're a district with a lot of depreciated value assets, but where our market value is so much higher. And as we get into more inflation, we're going to see that assets we buy today will actually maybe worth more down the road. So how does that ever get accounted for?
So what the accounting standards say is you don't record the built up unrealized value until you actually sell the asset. There's a few exceptions to that, but for fixed asset, that's the rule.
Yeah,
you don't realize that until you sell it.
I understand that, but I was just wondering, as a board, how do we recognize the total value of our district when we're dealing with the depreciated asset value right now, values, but the district is worth so much more.
Right. It has value no matter what. Right.
And this is that question I have heard over and over again from elected officials. It's always one of those things that comes up. And it primarily comes up because in the private world, right, we're used to being able to take a write-off on taxes for depreciation. We don't do that. The value of, you have to book your depreciation, but you could also use it as a sense if you are funding capital at a rate high enough to recover the depreciation and replace your assets over time. NID isn't quite at that point yet of managing capital moving forward on a depreciation basis to budget out how much we should be spending each year. And most agencies, frankly, aren't. Most agencies do go by pay-as-you-go for revenue recovery within the rates. But I want to get too wrapped around the axle about depreciation and the capital assets. It's one of those things that it's important to understand the total health of your fund balances. From a cash basis, we kind of call those things that above the belt cash, or fund
above
balance.
The line, below
it's above the line. It's not your real working cash, but it does come into play when we're doing bond issuances and they're looking at the total health of our funds or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, so Director Hanson, Johansson, if you think about it from the financial market perspective, if you don't continue to invest your capital assets at a regular pace and your depreciation continues to flow like it normally does, your bottom line deposition is going to be so small, that any bond person is gonna look at it and see, why aren't you continually making investments into your infrastructure? Because if you don't keep continually making it, the accumulated depreciation is gonna overrun the value of your assets. You have to continually keep making big investments into your infrastructure. Otherwise, the value of NID on the books is gonna be very small.
No, I agree.
Director Hall,
Thank you.
welcome to this discussion.
Yeah, thanks. So, a little new, relatively new to the board. I've been, every year when the CAFR is presented, I usually tune into the meeting. And so one of the things that I observed in looking at the year-end financials versus the audit results for some of the expense categories are different. So, just a couple of examples. Transfer in the CAFR is 13.8 million, and in the last financial statement the board received is 14.3 million. A lot of the differences are smaller numeric values, but I want to understand just from a process and practical point of view, why is it that our year-end budget information doesn't track in expense categories to what's presented in the CAFR?
So I think this is an area that Jen and I talked about in trying to align those two, and that's been, my effort in helping managers to manage where they're putting things as well. So part of it is because of this conversion of when I write a check, I report it out in the budget report. But when I do the financials, if I pay a bill in January of 21, but it was for August of 20 services, that really is a 2020 expenditure, right? But the budget report was based on what checks were written. So on some of these differences, like for your transfers in, we have, let's say, vehicles that are in the water pool of vehicles fleet, and you move them out to rec. To move that asset from one fund to another hits a transfer in or an out, depending upon that asset, whether it's fully depreciated or not. So those little small differences could be transfers of equipment, and that's a non-cash item that doesn't flow through a checkbook to report out on, but it is something for GAAP that we need to record those flows. So that's why you might see that difference. Some entities that I've been in to kind of delay that December budget report to incorporate some of that accrual work to show that, so that there's a better connection between the two, between the final result and the budget. And so some of the things that Jen and I talked about was trying to close that gap between those two differences, where in order to timely get out reports with what we're working with right now, it's more of a cash-basis checkbook accounting, I call it, focus, to moving us towards these closing entries at the end of each month, where I say, here's how much revenue we've actually built. Here's the expenses that we paid in September, but I'm reporting to you on an August report. I need to pull those back, because that is an accrual base. We incurred those expenses in August, not in September. So those are some of those differences, and I would agree, and I think the focus is for us to get to that point, so there's a better connection between the two, and then changing the budget, the way we budget, so that this idea where our budget, we have projects that we've kind of labeled as capital in the budget, when really, as it turns out, that project is really an O&M expense. And so we need to show that there, because you're going to look at your audit and say, look at the operational expenses, but it didn't agree with the budget because we had it in a different placement in the budget. So we want to bring all that together. So I think that adds to some of the confusion in trying to follow through with these things. So that's sort of the cleanup items that Jen's talking about, in bringing all those together, so the budget agrees with how we need to report for GAAP and for financial statement purposes, and they all kind of flow together.
That would be
So that's
helpful.
what some of those are.
Thank you for
Sure.
that. I had a question on page 17. What is abandoned projects written off, $454,000? And I apologize if I've gone through this and.
That was.
Nope, we haven't.
So those
So that would be, go ahead.
yeah, sorry.
That's part of this, the construction in progress, going through the projects, and deciding what projects the board has abandoned, and writing those projects off. So they were in construction and progress in the previous year, but the project has been determined that it's not going to go forward. And so it shows up as a non-cash item in the statement of cash flows. It's a project written off. It's in expenses, but it's not a cash expense.
Would it be something that we thought was gonna be capital, but it turned out that we didn't need to do as we needed to, and it's no longer capital, so it doesn't rise to the level that we're gonna capitalize it as an asset, so we expense it. So it comes out of asset and it goes into your expense. So it would be those types of projects. So much like earlier, I was talking about this software upgrade, where, you know, we may have all along said, okay, this is gonna be a capital asset, we accumulate it as a construction in progress type of asset, and then when we get done with the project, we realize through that no, it doesn't under GAAP thresholds or meet our capitalization policy thresholds to put in assets. So we take it out of CIP, and that's where some of these come out, to take it out of there. So they're either truly abandoned because we just aren't gonna move forward with that project because we're cleaning up old projects. Could be it just didn't rise to the level to be a capital asset, or it's, I totally lost my train of thought, I'm so sorry.
Truly abandoned. Truly abandoned.
Oh, yeah, thank you, yeah.
In this instance, it's quite a bit of money. Do you think most of that is from projects not being viewed as being capital assets versus being abandoned?
No, I think it's more of that. We've had several projects that have been kind of languishing on the books of the CIP for, you know, several years, and we have been, our analyst has been working very hard, Nancy, on going back through all of those projects and seeking status from the project manager of, hey, this project was open in 12, it's been sitting for 2-3 years without any ongoing activity. You know, are we not moving forward with that? And so some of this you're seeing is that cleanup of we're not moving forward with it, or getting confirmation from our project managers that that project is on hold. Maybe it has, you know, maybe it has some environmental issues that are stopping it, or other items that we're just not going to move forward with it. And so we can't carry it as a CIP anymore because it's not going anywhere. So it needs to be written off.
So does that mean then that it frees up some amount of money in our carry forward balance? Because, I mean, if it was budgeted in the CIP, then it should be funds should be allocated for that. I mean, there's a value associated with those projects that are abandoned, and that's noted here. And is that correspond to the carry forward?
Yeah, it depends on what scenario this actually is. If it is simply a movement of something that we had classified originally as capital, and then it became more of a maintenance thing, then that wouldn't have any necessarily positive impact on anything. If it was a languishing capital project that was previously approved and there were actually funds encumbered against purchase orders, and now we're releasing them in addition to abandoning the project, possibly. I think what we'll do is we'll look into this specific item and report back to the board, so we can give you specifics. There could be a lot of different reasons why this is the way it is.
And most of those would not have, most of them don't have funds encumbered on them. That's why they're considered languishing. There's no new encumbrances on it. There's no payment if there is anything there. Most of them, though, I can say that we were done. Whatever funds were there encumbered on those, contracts were done, if there was even any at all. Some of them are just, we opened them up because we thought we were gonna do this, or we thought we needed to, and then we just didn't, right? So any kind of rollover encumbrances is really relating to our active assets that we know we're working on that. But the other ones there's no funds encumbered on them, so that's why it's a dead project. There's nothing there. It hasn't been, no movement, no checks written against it, no activities, no reports out to the board on any of these projects.
And you'll see that happen with public agencies, that for, you know, whatever reason, it could be a right-of-way issue. Something got, you know, there's been projects even since I've been here. We're gonna put in this generator, and now PG&E has rerouted the circuits. There's those kind of things that happen to abandoned projects. I I could tell that this isn't a huge project just by the cost. I'm gonna guess it's probably more of a reclassification to something just to the normal operating. But we'll look into it and report back. But once we also start setting up, these processes where project managers are better at making sure accounting is aware at fiscal year end of what's actually going on, you won't see big adjustments.
Okay. On that same page is loans receivable at 1.1 million. Can you speak to that, what that includes?
I believe it's a district finance water lines, isn't it, Debbie?
Yeah, that would be part of it. So on 17, you're actually looking at our statement of cash flows and the reconciliation of accrual net income and what were non-cash items that were affecting that net income amount. So these would be collections or write-offs or
I think that's, I think that one in particular would be the, you wouldn't have any increase in the loans receivable.
I think so.
Which one is that?
Yeah.
Karen?
Yeah,
Loans receivable on page
That's-
17.
that's always one of the confusions too. Right now, you're seeing loans receivable in your financials as basically a revenue, but it's really booked as a receivable. And so that's a lot of what Debbie and I are gonna start fixing, because this is getting, and this also speaks to the reason why I'm not a huge fan of these district finance loans, because they're very time consuming to manage for accounting.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And then we had donated infrastructure at $677,000 approximately on page 17. So that's a lot of donations. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about that.
What is it?
Yeah.
Typically,
some
that's
of these-
water infrastructure that's donated to the district. You know what it is specifically?
Right.
Yeah.
These are developer projects. Those come to you for approval and acceptance. So I'd have to go find the detail on this particular one, but they do come to you when we accept that. So if the developer puts water systems into their parcels they're developing, and once they're done, that we have programs here where they contribute that asset to us, we accept it formally. So those items do come in front of the board for your formal acceptance, and then we record that. That didn't have any cash flows associated with it. It's income to us because we've received an asset.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's on this particular portion of the statement of cash flows. These are these transactions that were recorded in the financials that didn't have any cash flows associated with it. But they are part of your net income for the entity itself, but it didn't have a cash flow associated with it. Because you're, right now in this statement with these questions, these are our statement of cash flows. Those really strictly cash basis type of transactions. So this section down here that you're talking about are those transactions that are showing up in revenue expenses that didn't have a cash flow associated with it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. What am I saying? Okay, I'm sorry. So my last question on page 17 is retirement of debt principal from, I know what that is, never mind. Then on page 20.
What is that? Retirement of debt principal from refunded proceeds.
It was when you did that bond reissuance.
Oh,
Yeah, we paid off the 2011 A bond.
okay.
I had a general question about our investment strategy, you know, because we've got so much cash, like wow. And so I wondered, how do you establish the investment strategy for that? I mean, just super conservative, is that, so I just wonder about that.
I can let Marvin speak to what he's done, and I have some thoughts about what we should probably do.
Jen will have
Okay,
some
all right.
comments on it. Right, Jen, when she sent me, when she first started, she sent me questions regarding how we're balancing and maintaining balances in our investments and where we're moving around. Right now, obviously, we have the investment policy. Investment policy does not allow us to go beyond that. But within the policy, we use, I use a forecasting file. So, for instance, once the board approves the budget, you with the budget. I'll take the cash balances in the investment accounts and then forecast them out with the budget, what we anticipate to spend or save. And then depending upon how the market rates are moving. Right now, our policy says that we have to keep about 6 months cash liquid, about 6 months. And then the rest we can invest according to the policy. Right now, we have about 10 to 12 million in LAIF. Right, LAIF is a short-term states account. It's very short-term. I can just call up LAIF and say, hey, transfer 5 million, boom, it's done. So there's no risk with LAIF. We also have right now about 68 million invested beyond LAIF's period. The farthest we got is 5 years. And so me and the investment broker we use, we look at the mix of how that is maturing over that 5-year period. You want to stick everything out 5 years, even though you get the most for going out the farthest. You don't want to stick everything out there in event something happens. You got to sell it, and they get lost on it. So we balance our investment portfolio by the policy, by the forecasting file. That's why it's important that our accounting system is very sharp, because the cash balances that Debbie is saying we have in the bank should be very close to what I'm seeing in the GL. Otherwise, I don't have certainty in terms of when to invest. I'm scared if I can't trust that balance. So we have a file, we use. It's working every quarter. We bring the quarterly reports to the board, showing these are the investments. Right now, like I say, we have about 68 million long-term, about 10, 12 million in LAIF. We have about 2.5 million in the checking account, Bank of the West. All of these numbers you're seeing here are among those investments. They're all pooled. The only thing that's separate is that the restricted money we have, like the capacity fees, is restricted in the accounting system, but it's pooled together. However, with the bond money, remember the bond money that we just had? That was actually in a separate investment account, because that couldn't be together. So that bond money had to be in a separate account. But that's the policy we follow. That's the procedure. We can get detailed in that, but that's what we follow.
But I'm curious, Jen, how you see
Jen
it
has-
going.
Yeah, I think, investments, obviously, as a public agency, you're gonna be more conservative than you possibly would be as a private individual. Obviously not our money, it's public's money.
Right.
There's always a balance between being overly conservative and still making a decent return on your investments. And so you do have to follow your debt policy as well as the government code. And I don't know, Marvin, was our our investment policy updated with the most recent changes with the government code?
Yeah. We update our investment policy annually, and then our debt policy, we just adopted with the issuance of our new debt. Now, the board can elect to go out beyond 5 years. It just takes a resolution. Because when I was here, I wanted to take the investments out 15, 20 years. REM said, no, don't do that. So we didn't bring it. But the board can elect to do it. It just takes a resolution. We can go out 15, 20 years if you so desire to go out. Because the further you go out, you're going to go get the money. The closer you are to now, just the less you're going to make on your investment.
Right.
But remember, our strategy is safety, liquidity, and risk. So
In that order.
in that order.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not disputing that strategy, but it is a lot of money.
well, we can
And
go out.
Are there, might we relook at that and
We
relook
can
at
loosen
risk?
it up. We can loosen it up. Our investment policy now does not allow us to buy any bonds, whether they're corporate or municipal, that are not A-rated. We can't even buy triple B. We can't even buy double B. You can loosen all of that up.
Yeah, by policy,
Yeah, you gotta do it by
by
policy.
our own policy or by government code?
No, by policy, because the code gives you authority to loosen it up as long as it's still complying with the code. But there's a lot of variability in the code that we're probably not taking advantage of.
Yeah, I would be curious how other agencies like ourselves are dealing with this. It may be all super conservative, I don't know. I just don't have any, because of the amount of money we're talking about, That's why I bring it up. And if it's non-appropriate, I think that we wouldn't make a change, but it seems like at some point, having a discussion on it would be helpful. Maybe at the normal cycle when you're bringing that up, so.
A lot of times, what you'll see agencies do is have a relationship with an investment manager who does municipal investments. And they'll make recommendations for your portfolio to have a specific rate of return. There is always going to be an average maturity level of your portfolio that you want to shoot for. But you have investments that are, above and below that. So I think that's probably the first starting point.
Yeah. On page 30, note 3, it talks about the community facility district, and those two CFDs or whatever entities they are, they pay back half of the loan that we took out with the state. So I'm assuming NID pays the remainder. Probably a safe assumption, the state won't pay for it. But so I'm wondering if I could just get a little concise history on that, because I really wasn't familiar with the community facility district, the half loan that what we say a little community is paying for, and the other half of the loan. What's the program under which this sits, and then what's the philosophy, I assume, of NID paying for the other half of these projects?
Let me speak to it a little bit. Those CFDs were organized through statute. So in other words, as you organize the CFD, that's a concept. You have to go out, get a certain amount of landowners, and then you have to follow the rules, and then the district gets organized. In this particular instance, the board had approved for Cement Hill that the capacity fees would fund a certain portion of the infrastructure. And I think it's about 38%. So there's a resolution I have where the district is going to fund about 38% of the infrastructure. And the infrastructure was all funded through a loan from state. And so we're assess the property owners every year to pay back that loan. And we use capacity fees, a portion of capacity fees to pay back the other portion. So capacity fees are paying back about $218,000 or $20,000 for the loan. Now, all of the infrastructure has been dedicated to the district. All the infrastructure when it got, it's already been dedicated. This new rule, this new accounting rule now, that we were talking about earlier, the restatement of the net position, it requires these separate legal entities to come underneath the water fund because the board has control over them. That's why it was required. Rodale Flat is a little different. It's an assessment district, not a CFD. And in this instance, this district was formed by a special engineering study that had a special benefit to the property owners. The CFD has a general benefit. Doesn't get stop me if I'm wrong. And Rodale Flat issued bonds to NID. So the assessment district of Rodale Flat issued bonds to NID. And so as we assess those customers, that bond is then paid to NID through a transfer in, and then it's removed off of their books, the assessment districts. And that was a little, it was legal, obviously, for them to do it. But that's how that one works. So that's kind of it. And both of these districts, I think their debt has about another 10 to 12 years, maybe even 13. We have the annual reports. So when we bring out annual reports in June, then you can read and see how they're working.
So when we bring back the district-funded water line extension program, can we integrate the CFD and AD concepts for extending service into that conversation? So because that's what struck me is, okay, so here's another way the district is funding extension of water service.
Yes.
A different funding mechanism.
It's a different funding mechanism, but these are a little bit more unique in the sense that they're legally organized entities.
Yes.
Whereas the DFWs aren't, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
How are you going to fund infrastructure?
Right.
they're similar, they're both funding vehicles, but they're different in that the district-funded water line finance program, that is a finance program we're running.
Right.
Assessment district
Yeah.
is the more preferable way, if we're
Yes.
going,
Yes.
would be a more preferable
Yes.
way to
Yes.
go through, actually CFD, more preferable way to fund large-scale infrastructure because the property owners bear the responsibility for the repayment of the debt obligation through an annual assessment on their property taxes. But we can, the way Marvin's describing these, it sounds sound a little unique to me, so I need to pull the formation document.
Gotta look at the formation.
Yeah, I understand.
Some more history in there, right?
Yeah, so in general, community facilities districts are better financing mechanism for public agencies because you do not have to file an annual engineer's report to identify the special benefit that each parcel within that district is paying for as you would in an assessment district. So with a CFD, a community facilities district, you can just proportionally charge them based off of the total general benefit, so it's an easier funding mechanism that has less ties to it. The issue being that in an assessment district, to have any type of assessment increase, the voter threshold amongst the property owners is majority-based, as opposed to, it's like 50% plus, as opposed to a CFD, which is 2/3 vote. So they're a little bit different. These sound a little strange to me, so I would need to look at the formation documents to understand what happened.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, we know we need to have an overarching strategy for supporting expansion of the water delivery system throughout the district. And that looking at how we're handling the district finance water lines, the CFD and the AD options, to me, it's really that overarching umbrella. What's the strategy? How are we going to get out? What areas of our district make sense for expansion? What's the level of community interest? And how can we fund it? So that's kind of, for me, the overarching umbrella for a future conversation.
Form a CFD on a new area that's already built and has property owners in it can be extremely difficult to get passed through the voters, but I do think it's a warranted conversation. We can walk through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. There's other funding mechanisms as well. There's an improvement district, which I know the district has used in its history. But what's funny is, I understood, this is just anecdotal, so it predates me, but the experience with the assessment district and then the CFD really led the board in the mid-2000s to go to the district finance water line extension. So now we're coming back, the pendulum's coming back, which is okay. But yeah, I hear your point that, to see what are all of the available options here.
Right.
If we want to logically and in a way that's fair to the current district customers and future district customers, extend service, then what's the universe of options is kind of what I hear you saying.
Yeah.
We can absolutely kind of present those at a high level and then you can weigh in on what the preference is.
Yeah, one of the interesting things with CFDs and with assessment districts is you can use it as a financing mechanism to issue bonds and then have the district pay the debt obligation, but you also could utilize it to recoup maintenance costs. So there are maintenance CFDs. So that would be one potential methodology for potentially areas that aren't currently paying property taxes.
Okay. And then
Just on that one topic, did I hear correctly though, even with this CFD and assessment district, we still paid like over 60% of the cost of it, and the district only paid 38%, you said, or something? Did I hear that right? Or?
Yeah, well, the CFD, Cement Hill, the district is paying 38% using its capacity fee, and we're assessing the remaining percentage to the customers.
Okay, so we're only paying the 38, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes you'll see that when there is a benefit of the infrastructure that was constructed underneath the CFD that is beyond the parcels within the district itself. Some of that does seem strange, but we'll look into it.
Okay.
So that is appropriate use of capacity.
Capacity.
Yeah, you
Oh,
could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's-
So say you were
why it's
gonna,
there for.
for example, say you were gonna upsize a water treatment plant, I'm just making something up. And the CFD's proportional share of the water treatment plant was 62%, whatever it was. And the district's fair share for other customers was 38%, then we would pay 38% of the debt service obligation.
Okay.
That's totally made up, I don't know
Yeah,
what
no.
this actually was, but we'll look into it.
Pretty close.
Was it a one?
About 38%. Yeah.
I don't know what the improvement was.
And the district's assessment, special districts special districts have the flexibility in our rates to control a lot of costs, whereas cities don't really. General fund cities, they don't got that flexibility. So we have it. That's why our water rates gotta be kind of set right. And then you ain't gotta run around and do a whole lot of stuff to make sure you fund the fund. You know.
Okay. So my last question is, in some of the prior audits, I recall a conversation about how NID recorded property acquisitions affiliated with the Centennial Project. And I don't think there's been any conversation about it, but what I understood from those prior meetings is that we needed to change the way we were recording that property purchases. So I wanted to just get a kind of an update on that, and maybe I misunderstood from prior years' discussions. But
You were correct, and we had this conversation right before you walked in. Yeah, so it will not be reflected in the 2020 financials, but will be reflected in the 2021 financials. So Debbie and I have been working on how to properly book that against the water fund, and so you'll see that modification not until the next year.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Any more questions from the board? Comments? It's been a robust discussion. I appreciate it. Would any member of the public like to comment on the district's 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report? If you'd like to, a star 9 on your phone. If there are some questions that haven't been asked here, go ahead, now's your time. Last chance. Anybody like to comment on the presentation this morning on the CAFR? Okay, seeing none. This is a receive.
Receive and file.
Receive. I didn't say file. Publish. To publish.
Authorized finance
That's
manager.
right.
In the past, my memory is sometimes you do a motion to receive and file, other
That's my
times you do nothing. I don't think you have to, but
This will be published on our website.
A recommendation on the agenda is to authorize the finance manager to publish.
That's typically what
A
you could do it either way.
motion? Okay.
So I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
For us to receive the informational presentation of the district's 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report and authorize the finance manager to publish this report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we've had public comment, we had enough comment. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much.
I know it's too late, but can I ask one clarifying question
Yes,
about
go
publishing? I know the state, we're required to file it at the state. Is that part of the publish part, not only on our website, but publish it,
Right.
submit it to the state?
The state has our financial transactions report that we file, and basically what we do is take pretty much this audit, put it in their prescribed form, and prepare that. That's due January of next year.
Okay.
But once you're releasing that to us, then we can send it to our bondholders. In fact, we have a bond report waiting for you to receive and file this. It's due on the 24th. So we have it ready to go.
Good.
We made it.
Okay, so publish is all encompassing.
So wherever it needs to
Okay.
go by law, by what we do, and on the website, we'll be moving forward with all of that publishing or special requests.
Super. Thank you, and thank you very much. A lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Board.
Thank you, Marvin and Debbie, and thank you, Bruce, or Brian, sorry. Thank you for a good presentation today.
Thank you, and I'll
right.
excuse myself now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thanks for joining.
Bye.
And at this time, we'll take a short break, a very short break.
Yes.
Okay, we're back in session. Item number 8, updating district policies for the minutes. Adopt resolution number 2021-32. And this looks like it's Jennifer.
Thank you, President Beerwagon. This item before the board is an item that we can handle one of two ways. We can obtain input today, or if the board so desires, there is an ability to vote on a resolution for consideration. But either way, we want to get input, and if the board desires to vote, we can do that, or if you'd like changes, we can modify it and bring it back as well. So this item is related to updating district policies as they pertain to the minutes. We had several requests from directors on the board to modify the official record from video to minutes, and to modify our minutes from action-based minutes to summary-based minutes. And we have received some public comments from members of the public. I think there was some concern that if the video was no longer the official record, that video would not be kept, and that's not the case or what's being proposed. And perhaps this might be somewhere where the board would like to provide some input. As the policy revision states, the video for board meetings would be kept for a period of 5 years, and for committees for 2 years. There is some concern with storage space of large video files over the rest of time, but it is entirely the board's desire. And so maybe if the board would like, we can kind of walk through the proposed policy changes. One would be to policy number 5060, which is related to the minutes. And so this is specifically addresses making the modification of the official record of the board meeting to the brief summary minutes. And then we'd still have the digital recording for the period of 5 years. And then the second policy, as noted, is 5065, and that's minutes of the committee meetings. And that it would also make the official record the brief summary minutes, and then there would still be digital recording kept, and this was just proposed as 2 years. So if there's any questions or input, we're happy to take it. We can always bring this item back as well if the board would like to kind of work on it a little bit.
So since we shifted from committee meetings to workshops, would a workshop be considered a committee meeting or a board meeting?
Board meeting.
Board meeting, okay. What is the pleasure of, go ahead, Director Peters, this is your bailiwick, go ahead.
I have some questions. So 5060, I think, well, my personal opinion at this point, well, I'll go through my comments, but I think we should workshop this and talk about it, bring it back, because I do have, and I know that in deference to our president, he doesn't like to talk about language in a board meeting, but I've got some problems with the language.
I do too.
Okay.
I do too.
So let's talk about it now. That's why it was put on the agenda.
Yeah, good. Okay, that would be great. I'd prefer
I
it
will
to be.
allow this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so first of all, what's the difference between video and digital?
Can I?
Chris, go ahead.
So, in the event we lost power and we still had audio, or if something happened with the video recording, we would go to audio as a secondary, some kind of backup. Otherwise, we would have nothing. Or if we were remote somewhere and where we're going to video, but it was going to be a live audio where people could call in, it allows for that option. So it's a secondary backup, so we can always have a handheld recorder even that would pick up the audio, even to close out the meeting if we lost connectivity. So that's the
I
only.
see.
The digital is intended to encompass video as well
And
as audio?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, 'cause
And
now it's
so
all
you're saying
digital
that
anyway.
the digital data would only be kept 5 years?
The video or digital, unless the board desires to have it kept longer.
Yeah, because on policy 1060
very good. I would
4.1 on records retention, 1060 4.1 says video recordings of the board and special meetings will be maintained for the life of the district these recordings are considered the official record of the district.
Life, that's a long time.
So we would have to go back and also change that policy. So that policy would
Right.
it would no longer be the official record.
Well,
So if you choose to have the video as the official record, we can do that. This would be modifying that. So it does appear, Chris, were you planning on
Yes.
modifying?
And we would modify that following any change by the board.
it seems like we would look at all of the policies affected by this and bring them all in a suite.
We can.
I would
we're
prefer
looking
that.
for input
I
right
would
now.
prefer that, 'cause I just looked and we said, it said records in 5060.1.2, retention of supporting materials will align with the district's standard retention policy. I go, what's that? I always prefer to have the policy stand with district's policy 1060 standards record retention, to identify
Have
what
the whole
policy
package there.
it is. And so and maybe there's other things that I don't know about that we can look at it comprehensively, how it affects all of to do it all at once. And that's why I think that would.
Well, let's get some general input. Are you wanting to switch from video as official record to summary minutes as the official record? That would be helpful, because creates a lot of work. So I don't want to go down this pathway of doing all this work when we're not going to do it.
Why can't they be both? Is there a reason? Because I was looking at the Board of Supervisors, okay, and they have a whole video recording that then matches up with, with the minutes, and so they keep both.
For legal purposes, one will be the official record,
Right.
and
One will be
is
the
for,
official.
and one is for informational purposes.
Uh-huh.
I'm for both. I think we should keep the summary minutes as the official record and then the video.
The video is what?
I think the opposite. I think the video should continue to be the document of record and minutes backup. And that's because I think I agree with the approach on the minutes. I think that, but I think if you want the detail, it's in the video.
Yeah.
Or the audio, and so to me, that should be the official record. And, the minutes are helpful to trigger our thoughts, but aren't designed to give this full transcription of what happened.
But summary minutes are not a transcription.
No, I know that, they're a summary, but it's still much more detailed than what is,
Than what we have been using.
or even what's
Yeah.
proposed.
Right.
What is the industry standard? Is there, not a standard? What do the other districts do?
A lot of districts do summary minutes. It just depends. There is some smaller entities like ourselves do have difficulties with storing that much data over time, video data. I would suspect as time goes on, data is going to be cheaper and easier to store. I'd have to defer to Dustin from a legal perspective, but what we actually want to have be our official record. I think there is, from comments I've heard from members of the board as well as members of the community, there's some disconnect on the board's official voice. So the board's official voice is through consensus and through your votes, as opposed to your specific comments on any particular item. If you're wanting historical context to figure out you're a member of the public and want historical context, then you might find the video to be more helpful in that sense. But your official action is recorded as you collectively, not as you individually.
So Director Beerwagen, I would say that amongst our client base, most use summary minutes, not action minutes. They provide a little bit of context, flavor to the discussion, and then the action taken. Many of our district clients do not have a video option as a backup, so the minutes are their official record of the proceeding. In the clients that do have both, I believe all of them use minutes as their primary record of the proceeding. And, if you were asking me, legally you could do either. And
Right.
I don't have skin in this game, so let me make sure that's clear. But if the official action of the district is ever challenged, that means we're in court. And it's much easier to present action minutes to a judge than it is a video recording to a judge. And that may change 20 years from now, but.
I agree.
Historical precedent, right?
But at this moment, I'd rather be in court talking over minutes rather than talking over a recording. It would just be easier.
It also provides, some prejudice on behalf of whoever's watching the video about what's actually official in there and not. Remember, your action as a board is your collective action. And so there is some legal benefit to really tightening the record up from that standpoint as opposed to having this free-for-all. You know, when I personally don't care either. What I don't support is getting into a, you know, play-by-play minutes, because I think that's just gonna take a lot of time, and I don't believe it to be productive.
Play-by-play, maybe on the video.
No, well, you know, I have some concerns about the video for the same reasons that Dustin just referenced. You know, if you're submitting your official record to a judge on an item that took 5 hours, it's not likely that the judge is really going to be able to watch 5 hours of it. And then you also start to get some prejudice in place by what you're watching, right? Now all of a sudden you're watching kind of this back and forth go on when your official action is what your official action was. So, you know, staff brought this forward as a request from the board. So we're happy to do, there's, you know, pitfalls of both ways. You know, maybe one kind of compromise would be to keep the video longer and do summary minutes as our formal record. I mean, that's one option. Or we can, you know, if you're going to keep the video as your official record, I would suggest just keeping action minutes, because the detail is in the video, and we're kind of duplicating things, especially when you're summarizing something, and the intent is to characterize this collective board discussion, not what somebody meant or didn't mean.
Action minutes are what we do now?
Yeah, we do action minutes now with the official record is the video.
I take back my former statement. I'm fine with the summary minutes being the official record.
Yeah.
I just believe that because our projects can have a long life, that I'm not really comfortable taking the videos, making them inaccessible to either the board members or the public.
After just 5 years.
Yeah.
We've got projects that are way longer than 5 years.
Yeah.
How about 10 years?
How about 20?
I don't care. 20 years?
Well, yeah,
I want to know how much demand there is for video, okay, from the public.
well, I think it depends, right? If you're talking about, if somebody wants to make a big thing about Centennial Reservoir, for instance,
Well, I was,
that,
go
you know,
ahead, keep
so
going.
there are some
Keep going.
projects that we do that have, as Karen said, a long life, and that there is interest, and there could at some point, I don't know, be legal reasons to go way back and get those videos and the minutes and so on. But for our everyday stuff, you know, I'll bet you there's not much demand, but you can't pick and choose. You sort of have to choose a method. And, you know, our community is probably different than, I don't know, maybe City of Lincoln, whatever, but we have a very active, involved community. And they want access, and for us to limit the number of years or limit the information can be perceived as us sort of taking some steps backward into the old days when things were not videotaped and other than by someone's camera or by Pascal sitting over here, you know. So I don't want to send a message that that's what we're trying to do. I think our goal was to get a more reflective written summary minutes so that when we're signing that, yeah, these are accurate, that we see that, oh yeah, this was our discussion. And so anyway, I don't want to go backwards. And so I really think that we should keep those videos for a very long time. And then it was funny, Chris and I, Director Bierman, were talking the other day about PG&E and the South Yuba Canal and PG&E and the agreements where the water was in Spalding and so on. And when we both went, you know, we'd love to know the history. And he said, well, that isn't even any place.
Oh, no, it is. I have it all written down.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I can read it to you.
But, you know, it brought to mind, well, if a member of the public wanted to know, how would they find it? You know, so I really think that we should keep, like our policy says, in perpetuity, those video recordings.
So, you know, that's an option for sure, so I'm always going to be district first, right?
Yeah.
No matter what. I don't know that it's the best interest of the district to keep all records forever. Then when you go into, say something bad happens, you go into discovery, it's all there, right? That's why you do have retention policies. We always kind of have to look out to when are we going to get sued and how is that going to play out in court. I don't think that it's necessary to keep them forever, but I don't know that I really care that much.
Well, see that, like our policy, I did look this up, it says that video recordings are considered the official record of the district and will be maintained for the life of the district. And I actually think that's what we need. And then with regard to the written minutes, I would be in favor of the summary minutes like we have been talking about. But I felt like the materials that you provided about what defines summary minutes, that there were other things that I'd like to see in there. So when I found the PCWA minutes, and I sent them to you, and you go, well, that's not this, it's this, and it's a hybrid. And I thought, but yeah, the hybrid, I kind of like the hybrid, because, you can, here's a great example for me. So when Rich brought the issues of the water tenders, and I read all the materials, I came to the meeting with one set of feelings about it, but I had asked Chip for really important questions that tried to put a box and quantify the size of the problem. How many gallons do we, there were 4 questions that were very specific. And so Chip came with the information, and based on the information that Chip gave, I considered that and went, oh, I feel really differently about this now. And so I had a change in my mind based on the information that was presented here. And yet in the minutes, it just said, Chip Close made a presentation. And I thought, well, gosh, it would have been great to say, these were the 4 questions, and these were, how many million gallons, how many, these permits are good for 1 year, just a summary of what the information he provided, because for me, that made the difference between me supporting or not supporting what we were doing.
Yeah, I think when it comes to information that staff provides, in summary minutes, it would traditionally be summarized from this high level, and this was the additional information. What it wouldn't say is Director Hecht asked these 4 questions, and this was the answer, and then she changed her mind.
No, I get that, but
You want that detail,
but
right?
there was no details, so Chip Close in this example, added to his presentation some questions that had been posed by the board, and the answers were 1, 2, 3, 4. Because then I thought, well, how am I ever going to go back and find that information? It was really interesting because someone asked me, well, how many gallons do you guys, a year? And I went, yeah, it's somewhere. I don't know where to go look for it. It would have been only in that recording.
It would have been in the video, right?
It would have been in the video.
If you're going to get to that granular detail, you would go to the video. I think that the challenge comes in is that we can, and it depends, and we've talked a lot about this. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and so I really want our time together in the board meetings to be focused on business meetings. Mm-hmm. If we are wordsmithing summary minutes, and we have this other record, I think we're going to catch ourselves in some non-productive time at the board meetings.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
I share that concern, having had these kinds of settings before, not exactly a board, but a group trying to solve problems with a record of those discussions. And it can get into the minutia and it's a huge suck for staff. I can't even begin to tell you what a suck it is for staff, because they're trying to summarize, even our last discussion was a pretty long and detailed lot of questions. You can't cover that.
No, you can't.
And so there's some instances, maybe in the example that you gave, Ricky, that I think is, you could put that summary information, but then where do you stop it? And our last discussion is a good example of, boy, you couldn't even start or stop.
Yeah, how do you summarize that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you couldn't. So I would be inclined to try an iterative approach where Chris is trying to look at, assuming Chris is tasked with this, because I would just point out she's running the meeting at the same time. 2 different tasks. She has to be 100% certain the public's connected. So I don't take it for granted that she can do both tasks simultaneously. But I would just suggest we take an iterative approach. We try to include more broad-based information, and then we have discussions, how is this working for us? Because I get what you're saying of wanting more to the minutes. I just have seen it be the slippery slope like you can't believe, and it falls to staff. And it's a suck.
I think that's a great idea. What if we take a few meetings and do some real summary minutes without changing any policy, and then have the board discuss
I think
it?
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I like that
See
idea.
where it goes.
Right, and to like the last item, all of our comments were on two different notes. I mean, there was discussions on capital assets and there was discussions on this note, and and that's all you have to say, and that covers pretty much everything we talked about. For the most part, you know, if you do true summary minutes, you don't need to say every single thing, but you need to capture the essence of what people are concerned about, and
I think that's
the nuance of it.
the niggly part.
Yeah,
of it.
that's the nuance of it.
That's the rub.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the rub.
It gets into what I meant to say versus what you said, and we're trying to catch the context, and, you know,
Yeah.
I think that it's just one of those things that's a little easier said than done, but I think we give it a good old try and see where we get. I certainly understand about wanting the studio. We're all, you know, we're all used to being able to have things at our fingertips now, and I'm sure Netflix doesn't get rid of their videos. We'll just have to figure out the storage.
Right. And at a minimum, we have to keep the videos from that period of time.
Yeah.
When it was the official record.
For sure.
The other thing on that was missing for me was in that description of the summary minutes, was any kind of a public discussion. I'll just say, you know, comments from the public, and you'd have like a list of 3 names or whatever. And not that we would capture everything, but I mean, sometimes people will say something that leads to directors taking a different tack or a different position, you know?
Normally what you will see
And so
is.
what would you say? I mean, how do you cover that as a question?
And this is where it gets very nuanced, right?
Yes.
So normally, say, Mr. Jones supported the project, and just say Mr. Jones spoke in support of the project. Mr. Jones brought up that you're missing 8 parcels and the project needed to be expanded. And that resulted in the board taking action that expanded the project for those 8 parcels, that would be noted. Mr. Jones hates the project and, you know, you're destroying something. It would just say Mr. Jones is in opposition to the project. Right. So if the feedback is such that it modifies the board's collective action, then you typically note it. If the feedback is a laundry list of why I oppose the project, and it's just an opposition of the project. You wouldn't necessarily.
But you would just say, Mr. Jones spoke in opposition.
Yep.
You know, Mrs. Smith spoke in opposition or favor. That makes sense to me, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't overlook, again, that public participation piece, which is very important in this community especially.
If there was ever a project, public hearing, CEQA project, as an example, we have in the past brought in a transcriber, and we could do that in the future. Just so, you know, especially if it's a controversial project, we know that there's significant public involvement. So something like that, there would be verbatim minutes, so to speak, record of what was said. But I agree with Jennifer's point. In summary minutes, it's just a flavor of the comment, not the specifics.
When you're talking about CEQA hearings, the important thing to remember is that nobody can bring CEQA litigation and challenge your CEQA document unless they've brought up through public comment and through public hearing those issues before. So that is one of the times when you would bring in.
Oh, yeah, and so that's another reason for making sure you have a record of it. If someone brings it up, they want to be able to come back and.
But video would not be a substitute for recording, for a.
Well, you can just verbally say in a public hearing.
Yeah.
Right, and transcription software is really coming down in price. I mean, it's not that expensive to take the audio, run it through this software.
Really?
And with the voice recognition, it's really not that difficult anymore. But on the policy, these aren't numbered, but well, in the 5060.1.3, it says, in addition to other information, okay, so it says all resolutions and ordinances shall be numbered starting, okay. In addition to other information that the board may deem to be important, be of importance, the following information is here. So that's a real catch-all. And that's kind of the crux of what we're at. I think as a board collectively, we should identify more concretely what we think is important to capture in
Well,
these
yeah,
minutes.
so see, it says record of public comment regarding matters not on the agenda, but it doesn't say record of public
Yeah.
comment on matters before the
On the
board.
agenda. So if we clarify that and do these summary minutes, I think it may help direct what we feel is important. How does Chris know that what we deem to be of importance?
Because you would have had consensus on it, so it's not what Director Peter deems to be of importance and what you stated you felt was important. The board would have to come to formal consensus. It doesn't necessarily have to be by vote, but by head nod as what the board, we have to remember, the board speaks with a voice.
One voice.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, I get it.
Oh, so that's not talking about the flavor of the discussion, that's just the vote.
That is, for example, if the board, in the CAFR item stated, we would also like to have an update quarterly on the status of implementing the audit findings.
Mm-hmm.
And you all collectively had nodded, yep, that would go in the agenda, or the minutes.
In the minutes.
Yeah. If
Actually, that's a good idea, we should have asked. I was so cranky, I didn't put that in there, but it's a good idea.
Great idea.
That is actually a good tool. But if it was.
The head nod, is that a new thing?
If it was, for example, Director Hull saying, I would like the staff to specifically tell me what 4 properties were booked as construction of project assets against Centennial, that wouldn't go in the minutes. I would, because I'm nice, say, okay, but it wouldn't necessarily go in the minutes. It's just a little bit of a difference. You always have to think about it in the context that the board speaks with a voice, and you speak through consensus and voting, as opposed to us individuals. Not that we don't want to provide information as individuals, we do, but it just wouldn't be appropriate to put it in minutes.
Chris had her hand up.
You may find me asking if we have board consensus on something, because I can't always see your head nod
Right.
while I'm doing this, so, verbally saying, or the chair asking if we have board consensus, that helps also to document that for the record.
Director Johansson, did you want to say something? No? Okay.
So I guess we're gonna try this out for a couple of meetings or so and see what happens. And, I'm for keeping the videos for a little longer time than 5 years, especially because we have projects that go beyond that. And we need to have that record. I like to see what happens in the next, few meetings and do a little more not action minutes. I like action minutes, but let's do the little more expanded summary minutes and see how that works, and then come back and revisit this.
I think that's good.
I think it's a good idea. Director Hull?
I do have concerns about keeping the videos forever and ever. And that's because from just a practical point of view, as a member of let's say a member of the public wants to look back on discussions about Centennial from the very beginning. At a certain point in time, you can never find it. I mean, unless you want to make it your PhD dissertation, you're never going to find it. And so I just think there's a practical point at which people aren't going to go past. And so I think we should, I do think there are organizational costs to keeping information forever and ever. We dealt with this at UC Davis. We had to have full-time staff whose job was to purge information that no longer had to be kept for public records requests, because there's so much information. And so I think, I was wondering, Jennifer, is there any way to show the ping rate on videos historically, so that we could get a sense over time. We don't really have to make a decision right now. We can keep the
Yeah.
existing policy. You know, it's gonna be kept in perpetuity, but look over time and say, okay, we have pings occurring, on videos going back 8 years, okay? So maybe we err on the side of caution and we go 10 years. But it seems keeping them forever creates a burden for the future that is easy for us to say, but somebody's gonna pick up that. It just becomes an organizational thing, and there's lots of organizational things they have to deal with that we don't know anything about. I just think there's a practical piece here. At a certain point, people don't care.
And there is something to be said for tracking information just for fun and not a purpose that will end up causing issues in the future. And you do see it come up. Typically, people who are going that far back for information are doing it for lawsuit reasons against district.
Public Record Act requests are extremely expensive to respond to.
Extremely.
And folks are just incredibly broad in their request. I want all records regarding Chicago Park Powerhouse.
For time.
Oh my
I
gosh.
can
Yeah,
see,
it happens all the time.
I can see us now getting into a pitfall where if our staff has 20, 30, 40 years of video,
Yeah.
how are you gonna search that for a mention of Chicago Park Powerhouse? So, you know, so I appreciate your point. You know, the other thing that comes to mind, and I actually don't know if this is possible, but if there's a student out there that's interested in one, you know, Scottsblatt's Spillway project, can't that person download our video, you know, at some point, knowing our retention policy, whatever the board says it is, but that person that's interested in that discrete subject then becomes burdened with their own retention, knowing that at some point this comes off of NID's server.
Yeah.
So I assume there's some kind of download option. for videos.
I would assume so too. So for example, if you were in opposition to Centennial and we modified our video retention policy to 5 years, you would start downloading it now as opposed to us keeping it. I think that would make sense.
Put it in the policy, or state that in the policy, or something like that?
Yeah, we would have to modify the records retention policy that Director
retention.
Peters referenced.
There are certain things that we do. We keep all resolutions.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain elements of official actions of the board that are kept in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm. Minutes, records.
Yeah, so kind of, yeah, a record, a document, but, so maybe bifurcate that from the actual discussion that goes on here at the meeting to get to a place where a resolution was adopted,
Yeah.
right?
And Dustin, if we went to summary minutes, then we wouldn't have to go back and look at every video.
You do as long as you have the record.
Right.
Public Records Act requires that you provide any record that you are in possession of. That's why agencies have all these retention policies. The amount of time that is spent on answering Public Record Act requests is a lot, because you have to really do your due diligence and make sure that you provide all responsive records.
And there's attorney's fees. If you mess it up and somebody sues you and says, I know you talked about that way back in 2021, and it was kind of a gotcha, then they sue you and you realize, oops, yeah, we made a mistake. There was a responsive record, a video that we missed.
And there are times it gets missed. I've
Attorney
seen it.
fees.
Yep.
What is the, state, I mean, there must be some state guidance, like what is the law about how long we have to, like in real estate, we have certain guidelines, how long we have to keep our records in IRS and.
Yeah, Chris could probably help me on this. There's some laws about video recordings, and it got really interesting. We had to work with IT, surveillance, it's like, yeah, and it's, I have in my mind a year. Does that sound familiar?
It's usually in between 1 and 3 years. something
Yeah.
like that.
They expanded it just in the last
Isn't it?
couple of years, right? So you were working on that with IT for a while.
Yeah. So if we have a camera at a powerhouse, a security camera or something, we are legally obligated to keep that for a period of time. And so we were working with IT because it got to be quite expensive. Because normally you keep that on a loop, right? A month loop, 7-day loop, and it just records over itself, and that's fairly inexpensive. But when you have to keep it now for a year or 3 years, whatever it is, I forget offhand, but it got to be quite expensive in IT. We had to bring in IT to figure out how we're gonna store these. And so it's all doable, but there's a cost to it.
It would be nice to know the cost.
Well, that brings up my point. I haven't pointed yet. The cost benefit ratio, and Jennifer's alluded to the cost of storing. I assume we store CDs, I don't know what we store. If we store
Usually
video.
stored on servers.
Cloud.
Stored on server.
Let's see, I'm totally ignorant, but, and then the cost of somebody else over there writing this stuff down, if that's necessary or not, and Chris can answer that question, but I think I agree with Karen, there's an added cost there, and so cost benefit is something I think we need to weigh in on, and my first point was, I think that the whole video, reason we have a video policy, or the video is now the official record, is the overreaction during centennial discussion by the public, and then the pushback by the board not to do it, and it just ballooned into this thing that's now the pendulum has swung way the other way of saying we got to have these video recordings, and all along I've been going, I don't see the value of them for that summary minutes. I would be totally in favor of, and then we've heard the reason for that too. So I'm pretty much there, but.
There is value to having video. I think that you just need to have a reasonable retention policy.
Okay, and so reasonable is something we have to be in consensus.
Yeah, even as somebody, staff, we use the records all the time. I use my previous life, I use other people's records. It is very rare I would go back more than 4 or 5 years to be looking for how something happened. Because you also have to remember, everything we do typically changes very, very quickly. And so what was relative 5 years ago likely isn't relative today.
Well, that's true, and also the platform, right? It's like video that was recorded 3 years ago, 10 years from now it'll be something completely different, or some other kind of technical process.
I went back and watched the Centennial Public, or the meeting at the
Veterans Building.
and it was very, and it just speaks to the technology. It's very difficult to even watch it, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of
painful
yeah.
too.
And it was a painful day.
Reminded me of that.
I just wanted to bring up the value of video.
So thanks for reminding me.
Oh, yeah.
That was a painful day.
In a lot of respects, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any further?
Well, I don't
board
know, I
discussion?
would be 10 years on the video.
Okay.
I think 10 years because of the size and scope of some of the projects that we do. Centennial's one, Combi's another. I mean, we do some big things. South Yuba Canal is going to be another really big one. I think there's
Pittsburgh relicensing, it started in 2012, it's already 10 years. So that's those.
I mean, I would
those
be
were written.
10 years on the retention and then the summary minutes. And let's try out the summary minutes and see how we do.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming.
I heard Rich say 10 years, right, Rich?
More or less. It depends on the project.
Right.
Well, you can't
do
you
that.
can't say, oh, we'll only do it 5 years.
No, I mean, I would support 10 years. And I also support the idea that if someone really wants to know, they should video it or copy it themselves, keep their own records, as long as it's not edited.
How does that too?
The room went silent.
Well, good.
Okay.
Are we moving on?
Again,
Quite yet.
sorry, Rich. I just, I think that the issue that's been brought up about the legal exposure is something that we should really think about, because we're choosing a policy or an approach which has the convenience factor for people who want to see that history. They have an ability,
Including ourselves.
if we want to look back, 8 years, we can look back at videos. We're choosing that convenience over protecting the districts or limiting the district's exposure for litigation by extending our public record access. And I think that's a really important choice to make. that and I want to make sure we as a board are really thinking, we're choosing that convenience factor for this stakeholder group over protection of the district's potential liability. So I
think that's something that we could maybe talk with IT and bring back to you. I mean, we receive a Public Records Act request, doing a word search for whatever the PRA is about is very easy for PDF or Word documents.
Right.
I don't know, and this is what I want to talk to IT about, is there a way to do a similar search of a video file?
There is, because you can do it on the Board of Supervisors when it's through granting.
Have agenda topics.
On the topics in the,
On the-
you can do it with the agenda. I don't know that you could do it by the spoken word.
I don't either, but
My concern, and I think what Karen's alluding to more, is having a more robust record. That is, if you have a retention policy that goes back 20 years,
yes.
your record that you're going to have to defend for us is
Yes.
much longer and will take a lot more money
Yes,
to defend.
agree.
Yeah, and I don't know the difference between 5 and 10 years and what the impact is. I just think we should be really conscious that, that's the choice we're making. And Ricky, I really agree with your observation about the level of community engagement we have locally. I think that's something that I value, and I know others do. And I wouldn't want to create an image that we're trying to, kind of curtail that. I do think people have options now. If my issue is Chicago Park, and I can start downloading stuff whenever that topic comes up. That seems to be to me, if I'm really hot on an issue, I'm gonna dog it, then I'm gonna record the videos as they're going, so I know where they are, and I don't have to look through every freaking meeting for 10 years. I think I'd be dogging
It
it.
works though if you know that that's what you want to do. For
That's
instance,
true.
The mine, okay, that's another great example. I was trying to look for some information on the mine from the Canadian newspapers, okay? And it was very, very difficult to find. And of course, I didn't decide that I wanted to find that information because there was no project proposed until just this last year. So the information in Canada goes back decades on this particular subject. If there was not, and there's not much available, actually, but this idea that, they can just download. Well, I didn't know that I was going to be living in a mine zone and have blasting go underneath my property, 10 years ago. I didn't know that, but I only knew it the last 6 months. So, there's that piece too, is you don't know when your interest or when you may have a need for some of that information. And the other thing is, this idea about our exposure, I get it, and yet it's like, if we behave ourselves, there shouldn't, what are we afraid of? I mean, we have a really wonderful group, but we're doing our best, and
You would be surprised at the lawsuits that get filed, and
I
it could be
know.
something that,
File for all kinds of stuff.
anybody with $440 can file a lawsuit.
$440.
But it seems like on this, that would have to painstakingly look through all the videos on a Chicago Park thing. It seems like if it's not on the agenda, which you can do a word search on through the agendas, because we keep our agendas separately.
Yes.
And if it's not on the agenda, then it doesn't matter if it was mentioned in passing in a video somewhere, because it wasn't agendized.
I mean, Chicago Park is not on this agenda, and yet we are talking about it.
Yeah.
The Public Records Act is very requester friendly, plaintiff friendly, and as it should be. It's a sunshine law, but it's something that when we receive PRAs as a district, we treat very seriously, because there is this risk in most, 99 out of 100 PRAs are not this way. These are legitimate requests, folks just interested in something about district business, and they're entitled to the records, no problems. But there are occasions where the PRA is kind of weaponized against the public agency. And because it's such a powerful legal tool, and it's very plaintiff friendly, they use the weapon against the district.
Yeah.
And that 1 out of 100 is my concern.
How many have we had in the district since you've been here?
PRA?
That has been weaponized,
Oh.
weaponized like that, where you had to do that?
Yeah.
Because of Centennial,
Well,
you've been here for
because of
Centennial,
Centennial,
yeah, Centennial, that's a whole.
We get them probably one a month, that's,
Yeah.
is,
They're not specific to
no,
this thing.
They have slowed down.
yeah. They have slowed down, typically, most PRAs are because somebody's upset, and which is fine. There are some that are just information gathering, that typically that information, and what you'll see is when people end up getting mad, they do these scattershot, broad PRAs. You just always have to remember, we always want to limit our legal risk moving forward. We're, as a public agency, there is a cost to our ratepayers for it. And when you have, a public or a case record that is as big as this building, we're gonna pay Dustin a whole lot of money, because he'll go through the whole record before it goes even to the other side, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's just a cost to having too much data. You always have to be careful about what you track.
So I was doing the math in my head. I think we have about 22 meetings a year. Over 10 years, that's 220 meeting files that would need to be reviewed. I will have to talk to IT, see if there's a way to word search or, do some kind of shorthand way of searching those files. But, that when you mentioned 5 years versus 10 years, that's where my mind went, is that, 10 years worth of meetings, 220 meetings that potentially need to be reviewed for a discrete topic that may not have shown up on an agenda.
So here's an idea, I don't know, I just thought of it, so I'm playing it out. This transcription software, it is incredibly cheap for this type. I mean, we'd have to compare to the cost benefit as comparing the videos. But if you just ran the video after 5 years, or whatever number we decide on, you run it through this transcription software and then just keep the record of the written, transcribed thing, and then you get rid of the video. And then you've got a written, much smaller file, and that you could do word searches on.
It still is not limiting our legal risk.
No.
And those transcription softwares, the ones I've tried, they're not very good. You need to go through and proof the whole thing.
It's kind of like our voicemail transcriptions?
It is.
Yeah, kind of like our voicemail transcription.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, it was just a thought. We need to think about all our options.
Yes.
Right.
So I think I've heard, we're gonna move forward with doing some sample summary minutes. Chris, will we be able to start for this particular?
Oh, yeah, I've been taking notes.
Okay, so we'll start
She's
for
been
this.
taking
one.
notes.
And we will do this for a few meetings, and then we'll come back to the board for some further input. And we can also do some research on cost of video storage.
Yeah, I would like to know the cost of the storage.
For sure.
Chris, can you multitask?
Oh, yeah, I have twins.
All right. Good job.
And another one.
Good. Okay, let's see. Not having a motion.
Public
Do we
comment.
need public comment?
Yeah, public comment?
Okay. If you'd like to, if the public would like to comment, I see a couple of hands raised on this item. Updating the district policy concerning minutes, starting on your phone, and, Kiko, is that how you say your name? You're first?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Keiko Mertz, the policy manager of South Yuba River Citizens League, also referred to as Circle. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments on this matter today. We respectfully request that the board not support this resolution. Circle recognizes that district policies evolve as circumstances change, and we are pleased to see the addition of written summary minutes. We anticipate this will allow for easier review of board meeting discussions and outcomes. Circle has long participated in NID public processes, often providing comments at board meetings, engaging our grassroots network, and closely tracking NID actions to ensure a sustainable water future in our region. You may recall that in 2016, Circle, the League of Women Voters, and the Federation of Neighborhood Associations sent NID a formal request to video live stream board meetings. That request was rejected in March of 2017. However, We continue to advocate for board meetings to be video recorded and for those recordings to be made easily available to the public, which NID ultimately agreed to do and is reflective of the current policy. So today we have some concerns about the proposed changes to NID's video recording and retention policy. Video live stream and recording with subsequent public access is a standard procedure and is especially important to us as we track major projects over long time horizons. While we welcome improvements to this format, we're concerned that the proposed updates to district policy regarding board meeting minutes is a step backwards in transparency around NID's operations. Circle is especially concerned to see language struck from policy 5060.12, indicating that after 5 years, video records will no longer be made available to the public upon request. As the district considers changes to policy 5060, Circle hopes that the board will, 1, maintain all past video recordings for public access in perpetuity. These recordings were considered the official minutes and are therefore part of the public record. 2, continue creating video for each board meeting as the primary digital recording. The staff report stated the intent of changing policy language from video to digital is to allow for extenuating circumstances. Circle believes it's necessary to have that intent reflected in the policy. We recommend the district unstrike video from policies 5060.1.2 and also 5065.1.2 and insert or audio if extenuating circumstances prevent video recording. 3, maintain all future digital recordings for public access for a minimum of 20 years, ideally longer. We request this timeline to ensure the public record reflects any ongoing projects, especially controversial projects such as Centennial Dam, formerly known as Parker Dam, which is currently projected to be at least a 12-year process. Public processes would be undermined if historical records disappear before issues are resolved. And lastly, ensure that all public comment for each agenda item are reflected in the summary minutes. Public comments and ideas should be retained in the public record. Other local government entities, such as the County Board of Supervisors, Grass Valley City Council, and Nevada City City Council, have already adopted similar policies. Indeed, as video streaming and conferencing becomes more common, many resources exist to increase the district's capacity to store videos for public access for the long term. NID is entering into what is likely the most consequential public engagement process in its history, the Plan for Water. Knowing that NID values transparency, Circle requests that each board member vote nay on this resolution as written and revise it to reflect the district's commitment to building trust, increasing transparency, and fostering community. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Kiko. Did I say your name right?
Keiko, thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, next is, oh, help me with this one. How do you say that? MS
Is it
Chatellate.
something?
Chatellate. Go ahead. Unmute your phone, that'd be *6.
Hi, this is Diana Suarez. I don't know, I signed in real quick, so I don't know how that came out. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment. And I really like Circle's comment, and I support summary minutes and videos kept for the life of the district. Because, you know, I've gone back years to understand NID. I've read minutes from Lisa Tassone and the different actions that took place. She did a very good job, and I uncovered a breach of confidence that happened on August 13th, 2014, and brought it to the surface. And there's a lot of stuff in these records that gives a lot of context to the district's mission and the history and the different directions that the district's taken. And it's very interesting. And here with NID celebrating its centennial, you have brought forth videos of the early days. You don't want to be getting rid of all that stuff. And a lot of the minutes in the past, you've only been doing videos for between 3 and 4 years. So let's keep going with this. YouTube can store videos 20 years. I've got videos on YouTube that old. So I know it's not expensive. In fact, I do it for free. So I know storing videos isn't that expensive, and it's so important. Nonverbal communication says a lot, and the people have a heightened interest because of Centennial Dam. That's how this all started. That's how the videos became how they are. I do like the summary minutes. Lisa Tassone did an excellent job of describing what's going on. There was distraught people coming in that were getting swindled out of their homes. They came and spoke. I'm sure that wouldn't be in the action minutes, but it sure is in the video. And a lot of other things that happened. And the district, this is all new people, all new board, all new general manager. But in the past, it was a very different environment for people to come and try to communicate with a wall of sullen, angry white men that people tried to communicate with. And it's evident on the videos. I have my own library of videos I took with my phone on the early days when we first started with this project, Centennial Dam. I think it's really important for the district to promote transparency, because that is not the history of this district. It is only recently that this district has become transparent and open to the citizens and gained support of the local citizens. In the old days, people didn't care. They didn't show up until you did something real controversial. Now everybody cares and everybody's paying attention. It's, I think, important for going forward for you to do this. And it had a lot to do with the elections. It had a lot to do with who was chosen to lead forward in our water in a time of drought. We need people who are level-headed and able to communicate clearly with the public. That doesn't come through in summary minutes or any kind of minutes. It comes through on a video. And these things are very important to people. I found out about the sometimes I don't make the meetings and I watch the video and it's like being there. And a lot of people can't travel to the meetings. I was one of the few people in our area that took the time to travel over a period of 4 years, twice a month to these NID meetings to speak. And there was a whole community behind me that wasn't able to come, but they can watch on the video and they know what's going on and they know the players that are making the decisions that affect our homes and our canyon. Recently, NID asked for a 12-year completion period to finish their planning for Centennial, not the completion of the project itself. If you only keep the video 5 or even 10, it won't be there. And one of the things I did was go back and research the beginnings of the NID district itself to understand how this came about, because there's a lot of stuff that gets said that's not true. I mean, it was the hydraulic mining and the tar ditch down to Suckers Flat and all this other stuff that's very interesting. I've been in all those, watched all those videos. And I think if you have an agenda tied to the video, and it's not the case now, but when you had your videos before, you could click on an agenda item and the place where that item came up on the video would come up. So I don't know what's happening now, but these things can happen. And maybe your storage is primitive or something, but it's not that expensive. I've done genealogy. I go back to places that have records from centuries ago. So I don't think it's that big a deal. And like Ricky said, I wouldn't worry about litigation unless you're doing something illegal. I mean, you should be proud of your videos. You should be proud of the work you do, not hiding behind it. So I support summary minutes. I think that's a great improvement, and videos, because this is what turned everything around. The demeanor of the people on the board changed the public's perception of NID's actions. And it was the demeanor and the way they treated the public that made a difference. So it's on video. And even on these Zoom meetings, we see your faces, we see your intent. That matters. That matters to all of us, because water is important. These rivers are important. And the future, especially facing drought and everything that comes ahead for us, we need to know each other. We need to get along. We need to work together for all of us. And the videos bring us there. Summary minutes, I've looked at the action minutes, and I've got videos, and I put them in my written comment to you of all the excellent board comments that were made by various people in your community. Those words need to be preserved because they're important, and they wouldn't be. Oh, Diana Suarez gave a comment. Otis Woolens spoke out about this. No, the words are important. So thank you, and thanks, and I appreciate all of you guys' deep discussions, and I support going into the weeds. I thought your financial thing was excellent because you guys are doing the work that the people elected you to do rather than rubber stamping things. So anyway, congratulations on your in-depth discussions, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, next up is a phone number ending in 2956. If you would star 9 your phone and state your name for the record, please. Oh,
hey guys, this is Debbie Tutunchi from Farm Bureau. Great discussion. Thank you for all working together and coming to good conclusions. I have some thoughts throughout this discussion. First of all, I want to say that I would support action minutes or summary minutes as the official record. I can just see if the video becomes the official record or stays the official record, that legally, anytime you have to wander through it or provide documents, you know, it's a huge cost as far as time and energy for staff. And also it comes to mind that there's a difference between having videos available and having them be the official record. So just because they're not the official record doesn't mean they're not going to be available to the public. So I think that's a good point. And then my main thought about working together as a board is the whole benefit of you guys being there together is to be able to have free discussion between yourselves, bouncing things off each other and staff, and using this time for education and enlightenment for yourselves and the board as a whole. Sometimes this is really lengthy because it's important and everybody has a different viewpoint and different questions, and I appreciate that all of this is covered, but I wonder if you know that this is the official record, every single word, every single, you know, eye roll or raised eyebrow or whatever becomes the official record, would now these discussions be a little bit guarded? And I think that that's not a good thing for the board. I think you should be able to discuss things very freely with each other. And as far as the public, you know, sure, they can use the videos for background and information, but I would worry if I was on the board that every single thing could be misconstrued or taken apart or used against you in one way or the other in negative ways. For instance, you know, Ricky said this, or Chris said that, or, you know, Chris rolled his eyes at an inappropriate time. And we've seen that kind of nitpicky stuff in the past. So anyway, that's my opinion. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I'm really happy to be able to listen. And when I can view the videos, I appreciate those too. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, next up is a phone number ending in 3755. If you'll star 9 your phone, identify yourself, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Star 9 or star 6?
Let's see, you need to star 6 your phone number 232-3755. There you go.
Good morning, or now good afternoon. This is Mike Pasner. There we go, that's better. Indian Springs Organic Farm, farming with NID water for 35 years. Minutes for committees and board videos must be kept in perpetuity. This is part of transparency. 5 years is not enough. NID had some screwy methods for years. Here are a few examples. 4 years ago, October 8th was NID's worst board meeting ever. It was held at the Veterans Hall. Approximately 20 people were in favor of the dam going out of Centennial. There was about 600 people not in favor of Centennial. The public was not well heard in that meeting. It got discontinued at a certain point. Another example is Integrated Vegetation Management Working Group. Its members were hand-chosen by the general manager, not the public meetings. No agenda, no minutes, no public input. This was an illegal committee. Secret board meetings held at small reserves in a warehouse in a small town with no street signs. No good directions were given. Debate ensued with security present about whether or not there would be public comment. About 8 members of the public did show up late after getting lost with the directions they were given. Centennial, this debate has gone on for about 7 years. It has been well attended by members of the public, heavily protested and debated for about 7 years. The video minutes show the people, the groups, and desirable reasons. That didn't seem. In about 2 or 3 years, the water rights will be probably solved. Board members may bring back the project. It may be debated and protested. For the next 12 years, videos will need to be, so we can, to relive the protests, so we don't have to relive the protests. The public meetings, all the angst, all the meetings should be kept for good and not deleted, kept in video form. They don't cost anything since they're digital and not a secret. It took years to get previous boards to pass video meetings. Now let's make sure we keep this critical information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Tracy Sheehan, you're next.
Good morning, Board. Tracy Sheehan, Foothills Water Network. Thank you for this discussion today. It's been super interesting, and I really appreciate everyone's attention on it and all the suggestions. It's been really helpful. My comments today are going to focus on the video itself, and I'm not here to say that the video should be the official comments of the district, but I'll get to that. So what I'd like to explain is some context of how the video came about, and I have some very specific things for the board to consider. So the video started, I think Keiko referenced this and probably Diana, back in 2017. The network actually was not involved in this. And as my understanding, none of the board members were either, but Director Heck was, possibly as a member of the public. And at the time, it was the League of Women Voters, Bob Gore with FONA. I can't remember what FONA stands for. It's the Neighborhood Association umbrella, the network for all the neighborhood associations, and Caleb from Circle, and a lot of members from the public. And it came about because there was just this lack of transparency, lack of trust with the board, and a lot of different issues that Diana and also Mike mentioned. And it took about 1.5 years for the board to meet with those groups, those stakeholder groups, and negotiate it, and what exactly would happen and how it would happen. And it was painful from my understanding. They really got in the weeds. But in about March or May of 2017, you put in place a policy. Now, one part of the policy is super important. And so if you look at it, please look at 5060 1.2. The board negotiated probably all of this policy, but I think the heart of it is in this paragraph if you look at it. And my main concern here is that if the board wants to keep doing video and retain the video, you've eliminated that intent in this section. If you support the video, you would simply keep everywhere it mentions video, and you would redline out the video recordings will be kept as the official record of the district. The way it's written here is that you are moving to audio only. And that was something that was rejected, completely rejected. It was brought up as an idea and it was rejected. Everyone said, nope, we're going to do video. So let's go back to why the board then chose to do the video. It wasn't only because of Centennial Dam. The board actually saw a lot of value in it. First of all, it was considered like a PR tool. So if you were going to have a PR and communications budget, the board at the time considered this kind of the number one thing they would do. Because first, it would show transparency. And second, it was kind of your bottom line, your backstop. So when you heard stories like what Mike Pasner just told, which I'm sure are all true stories, but when you heard that, you at least had the video in library to point to say, well, there it is. So your transparency was there. Folks agreed that this was a worthy investment. And at the time, I think they even put a dollar value on what they'd be willing to pay for something like that. Luckily, storage and recording came in lower, and that was in an age before Zoom, although there was YouTube. So here are some specific things I'd like you to consider. I hear that you're coming back to discuss this. Again, that is wonderful. My first thing I'd ask you to consider is if you are saying, yes, we want to have video, it's to change 5060 1.2. The only thing you need to redline out of that paragraph is that this is no longer the official record of the district. And I agree with that. At the time, we didn't support that being the official record of the district. And we actually supported summary minutes over action minutes. But I'm not going to get into that right now. It's a long ago history. Number two, something you do need to consider if you are not moving ahead with video, I think, is that from when that policy passed in 2017 until now, until the policy changes, it was considered, the video was considered the official minutes of the district. And yes, that encapsulated most of the Centennial debacle. So now that you are moving forward with a longer range plan on, let's say, a water supply, Centennial or another project, you need to consider how you will retain those, what you decided to make the official minutes, what the board decided to make the official minutes for Centennial, especially when you're considering future water rights hearings, et cetera. I just want to let you know the network never supported the video being made official minutes for NID. So in closing, I would urge you not to vote yes on this resolution. It sounds like you're going back to do a workshop and have the board's questions answered, but we would like to see that section changed and edited, and we'd like to have an affirmation that the video recordings will be continued, and that you will keep the one specific section in here. Video recordings will be posted to the district's website for a period of 5 years and then available to the public upon request. The question for the district is, how do you fulfill the videos being available to the public on request? I've heard people decide to do 20 years, and I think that's fine if that's how you're going to fulfill it. But there might be another way as well. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tracy. Anyone else like to comment on updating the district policy of minutes? Starting on your phone. Last chance. Oh. You already had a chance. You already had more than 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay. I think we have our nod, our thumbs up.
We have our direction.
We have our direction.
Noted in the minutes. As summarized.
Is that?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No what?
I said as summarized in minutes.
You summarize.
Well, I have just a quick comment. Tracy did bring up something that I was going to talk about, which is, we have this interim time period from when they began the videos, the action minutes, to now or whenever we go forward. And those videos are sort of like, there has to be a cutout for those. If those.
Oh, yeah, so legally, we would have to keep those forever.
We would have to keep
Yeah.
those. Okay,
Yep.
so that would have to also be reflected in a policy, right? That the videos
No.
from X
It's
to
just
Y
a-
date
No.
are there?
Yeah, it's just required. That was the official record of the meeting, so we have to keep it forever.
Okay.
Which meeting?
Well, just the meetings from when they started the recording till now.
Right, right. Those
Right?
have to be kept.
Those have to be
Yeah,
kept.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even today's meeting.
Yes,
under the
even
policy,
today's meeting.
You're gonna have summary minutes to look at, but the video is an official record.
Video is still official record today, until we change the policy.
Until we change the policy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
We have
Okay.
it. We have direction.
Another robust discussion.
Great, we always
Yes.
have good discussion.
We always go past lunch, Jennifer.
And I like the Lincoln summary minutes. You sent a few, options.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think those are great.
I prefer the Lincoln ones, the ones that,
Of the style.
of the style that you preferred. I don't know if did anyone else see those that she sent
I saw
out?
those, but I sent PCWAs around too, because I thought those were good.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I've seen PCWAs before, though.
I can
Yes.
send them to you.
Yeah, okay. That would be great.
Okay.
Unless Ricky already has, and I just didn't see it.
Any other comment? Rich, I keep forgetting to look at the screen. Are you good?
Good.
Just forgotten. Okay, next is General Manager's report.
I just had two very quick items, President Beerwagen. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow we have a busy, fun day. We have the water rate workshop at 2 p.m. And then we have the capital improvement program workshop at 4 p.m.
So bring your dinner.
Yeah, what are we doing about,
I'm the caterer.
I love Taco Bell, is that?
What? No way. No way.
That's my favorite.
Bell. Your favorite?
Yes, I love Taco Bell.
Gag me.
Now that is gonna be in the video.
Good. Everybody do that. Taco Bell gags me.
Oh dear. Okay, Dustin, I hear a lot.
Probably from Taco Bell.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's right.
And I'm gonna have to request those records.
Okay. Strike that from the record.
I can't, no editing the video.
And then, Mr. Jones had a couple of quick updates.
Oh, good.
Okay, so a couple quick updates. One thing that's fun I wanted to mention is that through NASA and her group, the Sierra Streams Institute reached out to us, and they have been funded from the National Science Foundation for what's called Our Forests Community Citizen Science program for Cottage Hill School, grades 3 through 5. And they are going to be bringing out, started, as a matter of fact, yesterday. Nasa and I went out and met with the first 4th graders, and there's about 10 to 20 classroom kids at a time, and they come out and they're learning about forest ecology, different aspects of forest health, and they've chosen our Parker Ranch project and the Magnolia Road project, which is roughly 500 acres that NID owns within the Bear River watershed. And we did, if you recall, we did a fire fuel break there a number of years ago. It's about 2 miles south of the burn scar, of the river burn scar. So for the next 6 months, through March, Cottage Hill Schools through the Sierra Streams Institute will be going out there on a weekly basis with a class, either a 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade, and they'll be learning all sorts of activities, ecology, and forest health. They'll be doing a lot of little science experiments, and so our hope is when they're done is they could come and give this board a nice presentation.
I love that.
On what they're going to do.
That's
So,
great.
That's a fun activity, and thank you to Sierra Streams Institute for getting the funding, reaching out to us, as well as Cottage Hill School and the the teachers there and the principal. So that's a really fun partnership that we're working on. Thought that would be enlightening. Speaking of fire, the river fire, NID is in coordination with, in particular, 6 or 5 other local jurisdictions, the 2 counties, Placer, Nevada County, the 2 RCDs, Resource Conservation Districts, as well as PCWA. There are a number, PG&E is doing some work in that area too. And so we're working on this interagency collaboration. So we're getting together and talking about best practices. What are we doing? How can we share resources? How can we share maps, GIS layers, et cetera? How can we go in together for funding opportunities? Cal OES and FEMA are certainly within the realm, although that takes a long time. It's all reimbursement. But as you gave authorization a couple board meetings ago of NID's emergency actions to start doing work, we have started. We have one contractor who started last week doing hand crew work on about 20 plus acres in the burn scar at the Taylor Crossing area. They're felling trees, they're chipping, and they're lopping and dispersing and setting straw wattles and straw bales for erosion purposes within the watershed area, kind of directly proportionate to the river and roadways. There's a couple roads, dirt roads through there. We're working up with a masticator up at the bottom of Meyer Road, up by you.
Yep.
And so there's another 100 acres in there. We're working with about 25 acres in there doing the mastication. It's kind of a trial process, see what mastication does to a post-burn scar.
Is that on district property?
Yes, right at the end of Meyer Road.
The end of Meyer,
And
okay, way down.
And it drops pretty good. So we're out there, we're looking across the river. PG&E is doing a lot of work on their FERC boundary within the Bear River Canal. And so there's a lot of things happening, and just want to let you know that we're actively in there and doing whatever we can on our 320 acres that were burned. Our CDs are primarily with the private landowners. So we are actively engaging in that process, and I'll just keep giving the update where we're at.
Can I ask
I
a quick
was
question?
thinking about that yesterday. Thanks for
Thank you.
updating us on that.
So we have 320 acres, and I know a lot of it, like at that old Hanson site, it's flat land that is okay. And I know that, so now we're doing active mastication and work on about 50 acres right now.
Total.
In total. Is that the sum of it that is like steep and erosion, you know,
Yeah.
is there?
No, good question. Through our LiDAR mapping, we've identified about 100 acres, which is greater than 35 to 40% slopes, which are within a 200-foot buffer zone of the river, or a tributary to the river. So those are that 100 acres is really our primary focus this year, simply because, you know, right now it's just a matter of time.
Before we get rain.
Right, until the heavy rains start coming. And then, you know, now we're throwing in a couple red flag days, and we gotta call everybody down, and so we're a race against time right now. We're happy that PG&E is on the other side of the river doing their work, and they're doing a whole lot amongst that 5.5 miles of the Bear River Canal, which is bordering and just literally right above the river as it winds up and down the canyon. So that's
Our goal is to try and get the whole 100 acres
our
this
goal
year?
right this year is to work on that 100 acres.
100 acres, okay.
At greater than 35 to 40% slopes.
Okay.
How much work does that entail? A tree falling and branching and wattles and all that stuff?
It really depends on the slope, the access, the location. Currently, we're started this with the Taylor Crossing because it has great access.
It's great access.
You drive in, there's roads that go through it, you know, the old mine. So we can get crews in there, we can run a track chipper up the road and get up a little higher. The masticator is gonna go out at the end of Meyer Road, but, you know, there's no other access, and there's a lot of big rock outcroppings up there, so they're gonna have to pick and choose, and we're probably gonna have to have hand crews that are gonna be with that masticator cutting down, and so the masticator, and dragging by hand large oaks and limbs. I mean, these are, you know, they could be pretty big
Right.
pretty big diameter and really heavy. 3,500, I think originally we were coming out with some estimates early on of $5,000 to $10,000 worth per acre. It all depends on slope density and number of trees. How easy is it to get there? Is it hand crews only? Can we get a machine in there? So right now we've got a contract for about 3,800 in the Taylor Crossing, 3,800 an acre road, and then you can't recall what the contract we're working on of the masticator, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood as well.
So this is all subcontracted work.
That's correct.
And presumably, because of the emergency declaration, we would get reimbursed for these costs from someone someday, FEMA or somebody.
We are working as best as we can.
Is that right? Yeah.
FEMA's difficult.
I know, but
Yes, we are categorizing it, and
yeah.
it's all under project code, so we'll be able to see those moving forward, and I can, give you some more formalized reports on dollars that we've spent for it, et cetera, moving forward, but right now, just a quick update. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was good. Is that it, Jennifer? Short but sweet. Okay, director's reports, updates. Director Hall, would you like to go first?
Sure. Laura and I attended the Placer County Ag Commission meeting last week, and PCWA gave the presentation at that meeting, which was really interesting because they had a lot of photos of the canal and the precipitous exposure that has been created from the fire. And so they, I'm sure, they must be chewing some fingernails because they've got a lot of exposure there. So anyway, that was interesting.
Very interesting.
And that was it.
Okay. Director Peters.
Yeah, so let's see. September 13th, again, I attended the Placer County, and it was a very fascinating presentation by PCWA on the fire. It's crazy, especially on the Placer side. So, and then on the 14th, I just had a blast. I participated in the Dog Bar Bridge River cleanup. That was fun. We got to get together with some staff and go out there and clean up the properties. They did find a large, like a dismantled home or something that was on the property. And so hopefully, I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully, they're going to remove that and take care of it. But it was a fun day, and it was good work. And then on the 14th, on the 21st, just last night, I went to the Lincoln Municipal Advisory Committee. They were mostly concerned about traffic in our rural Lincoln community. And one of the big concerns we do have is that there's people just single car accidents. They just run off the road, and we have a lot of canals that are just really steep, and they're right there on the sides of the roads. And so the CHP was there, and there was a very active people talking about what we can do to mitigate that. So hopefully, it continues to improve the traffic in that area.
And which area was this?
The rural Lincoln, North
rural,
Placer County.
Rural Lincoln. Okay.
And that's it.
Director Heck.
Hi, thank you. I just have two very quick things. The first is that I continue to get a lot of questions about, I mentioned this earlier about the mine, the Rise Gold Mine, and NID's role, if any, in that. And thanks, Jennifer, for providing me those documents. Do we have, I'm almost thinking it would be good for this board to have some sort of update, because when I read through that, was it the water service, the WSA?
Yeah, their water supply availability.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, their analysis. At the very end of it, it says that it would have to be approved by this board of directors. And you had said in your notes that there wasn't going to be any board action, so I'm a little confused about that. But anyway, this is like the talk of the town. This is like the new centennial.
Let me just clarify, there
Yeah.
will be no board action until such time they revise their own
Right,
analysis.
they have to revise
So,
it.
yeah, we're
Right.
not involved in that, and that
We're
has
not
not been
involved.
resubmitted, no.
And it hasn't been resubmitted. Okay, not even draft form, because I've been asked.
We received the original one, but they had to go back and basically redo it
Well,
based
yeah,
off of the new
'cause they had
urban
done it
water.
based on old data. Okay.
And we haven't received the new one. I know they called and asked a couple of questions a couple of weeks ago,
Oh, they did?
but to
Okay.
my knowledge, we haven't received a new one.
Okay, great. So, yes, I continue to have those conversations with constituents and all our folks. And then just the last thing is, we had talked about this as a board before, but about getting some kind of heads up on our upcoming board meetings about what is coming to us, so we get kind of a look ahead. And I know you can't always be perfect, but if we could have something that says, okay, and, we're going to look at these 3 things in the next month, something like that. That would, for me, that would still be really helpful.
Yeah, the challenge is our world changes very fast, and so what I would tell you today will be on the next agenda may change by tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just thinking about issues in general, like summary minutes as opposed to.
I'd be hesitant to do,
Really? Okay.
Only from the standpoint that the information is likely not going to be valid by the end of the week. We don't, oftentimes when we're scheduling and doing things, and Chris can attest, we drive her crazy. We do kind of keep a list, but
It's a living thing.
it bounces around every single week.
Well, I just wanted to bring that up again because I know we had all chatted about that. So.
We generally have a plan for water schedule laid out, which might be helpful. But
That
as
would be
far as
helpful to get.
consent items and those policies and those types of things, there's very often at the last minute, we'll pull an item, we're just not comfortable yet with it, there's some outstanding questions, there's something going on. I think you'd just be frustrated.
I'm not trying to pin you down. I just know that we had talked about it, and I'm like a planner, and so I look at my calendar out, and I'm like, okay, go, and I try to always be here. I don't think I've missed one meeting in the time I've been here, but it's nice to sort of get a sense of what's coming up. But that's it. Okay.
Can I just support that?
Oh, okay.
For me, it's less important what is coming on each individual meeting, but your project list, which was so helpful and informative, if we had a general kind of timeline out on those things, then I'm thinking, okay, don't chill, Karen, on the district water line.
Why hasn't it come up, right?
Whatever it is that might be in my, not going to worry about it because I know what your timing is, and I think we all appreciate your, the tremendous burden, not burden, but the tremendous amount of work you're picking up. And so, but just having I'm a planner too, so if I know it's coming in 8 months, fine.
Then I'm not going to bug you about it.
Yeah. And we can, I am hesitant because of the vacancies we have right now. It's a little bit difficult to even make a commitment on some of those larger items. It's specifically me doing the work myself. We can kind of look towards the, trying to come up with a calendar. I just from experience, I know you guys are going to be frustrated. It does change quite often. And a lot of times it's I'm the one who's changing it. I will not be comfortable with some things, so we're not going to move it forward. And this, it starts to get a lot of back and forth, and it gets very frustrating.
Well, here's an example, and Greg will understand. So there is at somewhere a draft sediment study, right, on all of these little ponds or little dams or whatever we want to call those.
I had a question about that.
Yeah, and you had told me, back when we were on site, that, that sediment study was going to be coming forward in June or July or whatever, very soon. And so we haven't seen it. But then you kind of offhand said, well, that's going to be later. And yet, answer to people that we said, oh, it's coming. And so it's like, well, what is going on with it? And if I had a sense that, it's probably going to be 6 months. Sometime within the next 6 months, we're going to look at this, or 3 months or whatever.
So the challenge specifically with that item is that it is really tied to the plan for water.
Yeah.
And so the speed at which we move forward is largely based off of how quickly we can get things through the board. And I just don't have a good sense of that yet. We're still not quite moving at a quick clip that I'd like to see. I have a plan for water laid out. If we actually can get it done in 18 months, that would be a great thing. So some of these things are dependent on how quick we can move items.
Well, I think, are you referring to the study of how much material is in, was that the one? That one we haven't seen yet, and how that applies to Plan for Water, I'm not sure. Okay.
Because just for example, if you only need 1,000 acre feet of additional storage, maybe you just do go dig out a reservoir at an enormous cost.
Right.
as opposed to you need something much greater and that cost benefit's not
Okay,
there.
but we've never seen the results of that.
No, you'll see it through the plan for water process. I'm very hesitant to bring forward a study that then the public is going to want to understand what the action's gonna be related to when we can't answer the
Well,
question.
you know, because I have a constituent, the only one that ever calls or writes, and he writes letters about this very subject. And I want to be, I'd like to be able, you know, I know that generally speaking, this is not affordable to go dredge out Rollins Creek, arm of the lake. I mean, it's just, the numbers are prohibitive, but that was a general discussion. It wasn't a specific one about how much stuff is in there and what it would take. But anyway, that's why I was interested that she brought that one up, because
I think one of my concerns is the things that come, if we can, I know that we've been kind of behind the 8 ball with the CAFR and all of that,
Right,
but,
right.
you know, to have the MOU, the CAFR, and then tomorrow the CIP all within 4 days, that we have to look at all of these documents, you know, if I hadn't have been able to look at the MOU a little bit before, you know, it's a lot, if we can try and balance, because we went several months and there was very, very light agendas, and then there's just a boom, just all of, you know, so balancing that, I don't know how it's possible, but, you know, that's
pretty normal practice.
It's pretty normal.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I do appreciate your willingness to schedule things back to back, so we
Yeah,
have,
so we can
so
get,
that I really
Yeah.
value. And I hear what you're saying, Jennifer, about things being dynamic. I think what, at least I'm looking for, is the roadmap. And if I have a roadmap with general timelines, I'm fine. And if something doesn't happen on month 3 and instead gets pushed to month 5, I'm fine, as long as I know what's coming and I know it's a work in progress. So I'm not critical at all. I just, it's that keeping, so that, like Chris or any of us, we have a constituent topic, we're a little bit in the void of not knowing kind of the big picture sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, part of the challenge I'm having, from my position, is understanding how quickly we can move through issues. We're moving at a much slower clip than I'm particularly used to, so it's hard for me to schedule, but I'm getting better at understanding how quick or not we're gonna move. Because we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're gonna have
a lot of
to
work.
start
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
moving it a little bit quicker.
And
Okay.
I think we're open to how we can be more efficient as a board. We also have a tradition in NID, to me, that is very much about open dialogue among board members. So how you would like to see things versus that past cultural practice, I think there's room to adjust and move, but we need to be able to have those conversations in an open and constructive way. And I'm really welcome that as part of this process. So if you're feeling like, hey, we got to get moving faster, if we can have that as kind of a conversation, I think that we can balance our need to be in it and our need to move forward. So anyway.
Yeah, and I think that if we had workshops, I know this is my squeaky wheel, but where we're not having to make a decision on something where it's really the first time we've had eyes to look on it. If we have a workshop, this is coming up, we're gonna vote on it next time. And then the next time, we've already had process, we've had a chance to meet with Jennifer and get our questions resolved. And then I think it'll make it go faster in the long run.
I think it'll add a lot of time to the schedule. I'd be afraid we're not gonna get through the plan for water at some point. But we'll take your input and we'll take a look at it.
Director Johansson?
Hey, thanks, Chris. So my suggestion is we have our meeting standing up. That would speed things up quite a bit. But just a comment. I wanted to
Call your
point
employees.
this. Yeah, I'm not standing up. So there's a picture right here. That's how they transport water in Ghana and most of the rural areas where that must be 70, 80 pounds on top of her head. And it's about a half-mile hike. I just want to say I thank NID for a great delivery system for water. And we live in very privileged areas. So what's been going on? Well, anyway, a couple of phone calls why the BEPS program did not make the CIP for tomorrow, but those people will speak out. The other, some other phone calls we won't talk about. And I'm with Ricky. I like to see more information on the mine. There's a couple of things that I would like to see if our people could research it. We're going to be seeing an EIR on an impact of how dewatering the mine will affect the community. I like to compare that to MGO's EIR of 10 years ago, and see what they thought their impact could be. I also would like to see I know that we don't technically are going to have responsibility that there will be a permit from the state on the discharge of water from the mine into Wolf Creek and into our canal system. That really needs to be looked at as to what liability we have and what type of water is that, how's that going to affect our farms and ranches. So there we got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, for me, I got one item. I talked to Jennifer last week about, I felt like we're kind of, with the 100-year celebration, we kind of got derailed on that, and we're not because of COVID, and no, not because of COVID, because of anyway. I happen to have, and I'll pass this way and this way, things that the district published in the past, and I couldn't find the one from the 75-year celebration, but I found one from 1964.
Wow.
It's just an insert in the paper.
Like
And
fire
y'all
and water.
if you want to borrow it, look at this. It has pictures, right? And I'd really like to see us do something cheap and easy to get the public. You know, we have this beautiful book we published, but how many copies did we have to pass out? You know, and it's like, I feel like I'd really like to see something that we can toot our horn a little bit. And I don't know how expensive it would be to do something like this.
Can you hold that up or pass it around or
yeah,
something? I think that's a cool idea. You know, we could do a double truck ad or something in
something like this prospector in the paper.
Yeah.
It's just 4 pages is all it is, of pictures, right? And I'm a picture person. I love
mostly pictures and some narrative.
And there's the design for the new building that we're sitting in today.
Wow.
Anyway, that's my little soapbox about having something that I can put in the attic for somebody to look at later on.
Well, you know,
Anyway.
I agree. I think it just sort of felt like because of COVID, it just kind of got, yeah, it was 100 years, okay, that was cool. We had some cake and we were only people here,
Right.
sort of like having a party and nobody came, you know?
Yeah.
And it would be nice to sort of make a bigger statement that doesn't have to cost a fortune. And maybe a prospector ad or something would be a cool
Right,
thing.
didn't we put something in the paper?
We had,
Yeah, we did, but we didn't do any type of payment for a double truck ad, like you say.
double truck.
That's what that's called.
Kind of what that's called.
A double truck.
You know, the interesting thing about things in the paper that we've had the discussion on before, it goes to a limited amount of individuals.
Right, I already thought about that.
35,000.
It really is not commensurate to the rest of the 28,000 acres of district territory.
Well, aren't
You
there
do
also,
Auburn Journal,
I was gonna
too.
say, aren't there papers in Auburn and Lincoln?
Absolutely. No, I'm not saying that they're not. They just cost money.
Okay, no, I know.
How about we take a look at it?
Yeah,
And we can think of something. The book is digital and it is online.
I know, but nobody knows about it,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
Well, and here's the other thing, I mean, without, not meaning Madam General Manager any disrespect, but the ad that went into the union had your photo on it, and everybody's like,
I didn't see it.
why
didn't
isn't there a photo of the board? I
Why
mean,
isn't there a
we don't
picture
even
of-
know this person, she's been here for 3 months, what, you know, why isn't there something more circle.
Right.
Not like my picture anywhere, so I agree with you.
It's the historical part.
We will recall that picture.
Well, I think it was fine, but
it
it
was
should have
fine.
had both, maybe, the board
I don't need
and.
to be on anything ever.
Yes, you do.
How
I don't want my
how about we take this back to
Yeah.
staff for consideration, and we'll
Yeah.
think of some,
Well, even
costs.
See what we.
There are
Yeah.
things that we can.
well, how about, what about an insert in the, as an additional thing, insert into the bill? Okay, the paper
Into the bill.
The paper bill.
Usually that's about $6,000, $7,000.
Okay.
These are not.
A double truck might be cheaper, like in the prospector or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, you guys can figure it out.
Anyway, that's my proposal. If it flies, it flies. If it doesn't.
Well, it would need to go to Lincoln and offer.
I know. I just think, I think your point that, your readership is limited, and it's not necessarily reflective of the district customers, that the bill idea is one to consider.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we try, in the PR marketing aspect of the district, you know, it's a delicate balance of what do we want people to see and who's gonna see it, right?
Okay.
And what's the most important thing to say and what's the cost?
Yeah.
But,
Well, I'm not unaware of the cost of these things.
Fair.
I'm just comparing it to what we spend on the book, right? And I'm pleased with the book.
What did we spend on the book?
Oh, something like $60,000 or something. So, it's, you know, and it's marvelous. It really is marvelous.
It is.
I wish
by the way.
everybody could see it.
Again, wonderful job. I got to
Yeah.
really read it cover to cover, and it's quality.
And I wish
piece
it
of
was,
work.
available. I know there's some people would buy it. I don't know how many people would buy it. How many copies did we have made?
we have a few hundred remaining.
Remaining, okay.
Yes,
How many
that
did-
we're not giving away,
How many did we have printed?
1,000.
Okay. All
You
right.
know, did the Board of Supervisors act on our 100-year, like, congratulations, 100-year resolution?
There was a
I think we
item,
did. Because that could be another thing you could feature, is that we're just, I don't know. I mean, you all have professionals that know how to do this, but that's cool. There was a recognition there.
Okay. Let's see, I lost my other half of the agenda. I think that was it.
I think that's it. I think we're at the end of the meeting.
And we are at the end of the meeting, but I lost my paper. Okay.
Let's go
Meeting's
home.
adjourned. Thank you, Rich. Thanks for joining us.